Check, check, mic check. All right. I think we are seeing some volume here. And we are live. All right. Good morning, everyone. We are getting straight to the markets here today. We want to take a look at our economic events. 8:30 a.m. We've got unemployment claims. It's going to be pretty big. Let's take a look and see what happened overnight. So, saw quite a rally overnight where we see how Asia, London's rallied quite a bit off of that low. We're moving up into that sell side imbalance type area. Areas that could be sensitive would be up here and up here. So these two lines up here, we kind of move over here. Mitigation block here. And then what was this low? 16. This is the previous mitigation block as well. So we want to have those available in the event that price drops precipitously after achieving those levels. One thing to note as well is with this rise up, we certainly could we could see a swing back down into none other than our fair value gap given our current swing. It's 702 as well, so we're looking to see, is there anything which occurs following this New York opening kill zone? So quite a bit of retracement here already in London. So we'll be keeping our eyes out, looking out for some of these areas to the upside. And then let's take a look over at our charts. So far, we haven't seen anything too crazy. We came down to this low, so prior day's low. We could also mark this as a key level here. If we head down here, we might aim further lower if we head down there, of course. So we'll mark that as a buy sell side liquidity of 16,757.25. Mark that as a daily. Previous day sell side liquidity, we'll mark that as well. Let's see, we have bearish order block on the weekly. That's still fine there. Let me see if there's anything that formed on the weekly itself. Not really. There is a weekly gap. We see this mitigation block here. See this gap down. So that is a possibility. Keeping that in mind, this week is still green. So we're going to also keep that in mind as well, that we haven't seen a true intermediate term low. Now it remains to be seen if this gap closes to the upside here. So we're going to keep an eye on that today. Let's go down to the 4-hour chart here. Spark analysis of Euro USD. let me get through NASDAQ first, and then happy to look at Euro USD for a few minutes. This is prep for the day for NASDAQ, so kind of important here. Okay, so on the 4-hour, we traded down to and through this down close candle. There's no fair value gaps anywhere near these. I think this one, the high is 16855.50, and we were one tick from that. So we came down to this bullish order block here, and we rejected from there. So it remains to be seen now what happens here. Let me go back to the daily. Let me make sure that this is on all charts there. Perfect. So I want to mention that this low over here was 16756.50, and this one's 16757.25. So this is actually relative equal lows. That's important to know, right? On the 4-hour chart, we can see that's relative equal lows. On the daily, it doesn't look as much. So we can say sell side liquidity plus 4-hour relative equal lows. And we can keep that in mind for today's price action. We'll consider that to be an area to refer to. If we head lower, then we'll also refer to this segment down here. Let me see on the daily. Doesn't look like much on the daily, but on the 4-hour, we can also see that this is a sell side liquidity as well. In fact, I should probably label that the lowest. So we'll mark this as well. The close here, 1667.75 to the open, 1667.75. Equivalent. Okay, so we want to make sure that level is on our radar as a rejection, possible rejection block. And that's the downside, so let's make sure that is extended over time through today. And same with this one. I want to make sure this is extended through time just to today. It doesn't have to go all the way to next week. This as well. I want to make sure these are all extended to the end of today. That gives me a visual cue of where we possibly can start and stop. So let's take a look at real-time hour chart as well. So here we have our closing part of the day. It was roughly down here. This was the close of the day. And we currently prices roughly around here. So we're going to see an opening range gap to the downside first when we open up, unless something happens during this pre-market period. We're going to see a gap down. So keep that in mind. That's why I'm looking for sell side liquidity to be taken there, specifically those daily levels. I'm looking for those to be taken there. And I also note that there's a weekly bearish order block that we could be heading down to, and a previous SIBI high and SIBI low. So these are all potential targets down here. Old mitigation block, old short-term high, and if we for some reason go way lower, then there's a premium BISI high below us as well. But we can still head higher. I mean, we 17089. I'm not dismissing that, but I am seeing this as a change in state of delivery on the lower time frame, meaning the 4-hour chart. So, um, that's what we're going to go into the day with a bias of, is that there's potentially been a change in the order of movement. Um, we'll keep our eyes out for evidence of rejection at some of these. We'll probably focus more on the higher one, this mitigation block up here. But outside of that, we're not gonna look for much beyond that. I mean, we are in December, so you can still certainly rise up above there. So we're keeping that in mind. Okay, so I think for today, we see that we're priced above midnight open currently. So if we are short biased, then any price above midnight open would be good to take a short, in my opinion. We need to head up a little bit further. We'll probably grind up a little bit further into 16,911 is my guess here. But we'll take a look and see. Price has really just been chopping around for the past, I mean, ever since post the London run, we've been kind of consolidating in the London range. So we need to see what happens in London range. We have not broken Asia's low yet. So that remains to be targeted today. If we break that, we'll target these 16,757 daily sell side liquidity and relative equal lows. Okay, let's see. Do I even have currency pairs? Let me see. Let me see something here. Doesn't look like I actually have Euro USD on this. Let me see, Euro dollar futures. Yeah, I don't think I have that on this. Let me see if I have it on Trading View. Hey, good morning, Kirk. Let's see. Use Alanda, forex.com. So, yeah, this is an interesting chart. So monthly levels, I haven't taken a look at this at all, by the way. Key monthly levels, of course, within this current swing are here. And actually, I should make that blue level here, and then we can make this be our monthly swing low. That can be dark red. Any monthly levels here that I care about? This is our main swing here that we're gonna be looking at. So let's take a look at the weekly. And actually, let's look at the daily first as well. So let me do one thing here. November. So I'm going to keep that there. Let me do one thing here. I just need to get my bearings in mind. One, two, three, four, five. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. All right, that's what I need. Oops, that's not what I want. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking a quick look at what my IPTA look back might be. And actually this one should be maybe like a golden. And we'll start there for now. That's good enough for now. Move. Okay, so on the daily chart, let's start with the daily actually, because it'll be a little bit easier here. So let's see, low, kilo here, that's 1 pixel. That's a kilo there, and it's kilo here. On the high end, we have this being a buy side liquidity. This has been traded to already, so we don't need to refer to that anymore. This has been not traded to just yet. This is the high. Let's see, this is technically the high of that segment there. We've traded to it already. This is a high here, high here, high here, and a high here. So this could be, we see that we've traded to this already. I'm just marking that for solidarity purposes. See easy, hello, hello. Actually, give me a moment. I'm making sure I can seek a trade on NASDAQ. It's my core jam. Right now, it's still in this area of consolidation. I need to see it break away from this kind of like range before I feel comfortable trading it. If we see it head higher than this segment here, I would be surprised, but if we do see it run, then we're gonna keep an eye out for that. But in the meantime, I can chart out Euro USD. Okay, so we have our daily levels there. Let me see if there's anything on the weekly as well. Weekly, we've got this weekly bearish order block up here. But let's see, we've been rising. Let me take a fib from the swing high to swing low. Okay, so we're still roughly around, hovering around discount. We traded to this swing's optimal trade entry, and then we rejected from there. So, and we had a change in state of delivery here too, on the weekly chart at least. We did see movement below a couple short-term lows there. So I am, let's see, dollar, what's dollar doing? So dollar is returning. It failed to make a higher high there. So I imagine with dollar going lower, Euro USD is likely to aim for none other than higher highs. So with that in mind, weekly levels that we have here, we have this being a weekly rejection block. Obviously the high here would be a combo. You can kind of see that there's a volume imbalance here. So this volume imbalance right here, we want to drag out over time. as you can see. We'll make the color black. And yeah, so this volume imbalance coupled with this buy side liquidity is probably the next draw if dollar continues to close. Now, keep in mind on dollar, you also have a buy side, sell side imbalance here that it remains to be filled on the weekly chart. So this is your earlier draw on liquidity, right? So my weekly draw, I mean, you can kind of see it pretty easily here now, is if we see price continue to rally as we should if dollar continues to fall. Hey, Delphine. Then I imagine that we'll end up heading higher up into oh, what just happened there? Hold up. There we go. So if we continue, the dollar continues to fall, I imagine we'll treat this as a bullish order block. As you can kind of see, bullish order blocks have been supported here, right? Down close candles are being used and continue to be used. So you don't want to trade against that trend until you head higher. So I think target of 1.10653 is good for Euro USD. Looks like we missed a run on the NASDAQ there while we were charting Euro USD, but hopefully that was helpful, JuiceBark. We continue to rise from this segment here. We do have some relative equal highs at London that we are noting around here. So we'll keep an eye on these for the time being. Though this is daily buy side liquidity. And it does look like we are aiming for that. So let's see what happens here. Right now, seeing a little bit of a pullback, or not. Maybe it's going to keep on rolling until we take out those relative equal highs, but I guess we'll find out. All right, so we're noticing the relative equal highs up there, London highs that potentially could reach for. Prices kind of stabilizing here. So we'll see if it drops from here or if it continues. Pushes up towards that marker there. Let's see, what time is it? 7:24. I imagine that we do push up towards that London high and then potentially then some. But we'll see. Looks like it's stalling out a little bit here, but we'll see how price reacts when it gets to that segment up there. All right, so little retracements are being bought up there. And see if we continue to creep upwards or if we reject here. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of a sell. Pick up some more orders. So price has slowed down quite a bit here. I would think that it would want to go take out those relatively equal highs up there. And then it can choose to do what it wants to do after then. But I imagine it does want to go take those out. It is only 7:27, so that's a good, 10-point move. Okay, let's see what we got. So we should be heading up to here. Let's see, easy. Is it okay to share thoughts analysis with you in the chat, or will that throw you off? I think you can go ahead and share your thoughts and analysis. I always welcome views if they're based off of, logical considerations. I always welcome thoughts and analysis. Also, I need to fix this. I just noticed this wasn't fixed yet, so my bad here. Let me fix that on a higher time frame chart though. Hourly, 4 hour. high. And that high is 17073.50. If we, the thing about that 17073.50 buy side liquidity, if we take that, we're gonna go hit our 17089 mark easily. I thought I had moved this over as well. Sorry about that. Let me make sure we have it here. Okay, so weekly draw still is 17089. With yesterday's 4-hour change in state of delivery, we are cognizant, or we are aware that those short-term lows can serve as mitigation blocks. Obviously, we're live trading today, so the schedule can stay like that. We will open with a real-time hour gap lower. And gaps love to be filled, of course. At least gaps love to be. I expect. And let me do one thing here. Go to my real-time hour. What color is this? And what color is my deep pink? I need to keep this roughly the same. Let me see if there's another pink color. Hot pink. Just regular pink, maybe. That's too light. Let's try pale violet red. There we go. So as you know, like this is roughly where price is. All right. So whatever the midpoint of this real-time hour gap, I imagine we will retrace down to that first. Because we're going to be opening with such a liquidity void higher. So 4-hour 16,911 is going to be kind of crucial level for us to head up to. So far, we see us having displaced above here. So I would like to see if we support this now and head higher to take out that buy side liquidity waiting here. London, let's note as well. London sell side is actually, there's a bit of it here. Let me see if I can properly annotate this. So London's low is here. Asia's low is here. London's low is roughly near midnight open. There is an hourly gap here and a gap here. I prefer this gap to be traded to. I would be okay with this being left open, but I would like the new week opening gap to be traded back to. It can head all the way back down here because that is the opening session range high and low. Let's see. Cool. I'm watching 15-minute and 5, waiting for price to be awake first. Check economic calendar. It's a tradable session. Yeah, agreed. I'm not going to be positioned before economic news today. Unemployment claims can typically jack people around quite a bit, but if we spike down first, either to the new week opening gap or to this daily sell side liquidity with this 4-hour relative equal low here, if we go down to that, I may be inclined to I might be inclined to take that long there to look for evidence of retracement there. As we got close to this premium SIBI consequent encroachment, but haven't quite gotten there yet. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm going to be looking for today is I'm going to see if we head lower first, take out sell stops and stop there. Or if we head higher first, I'll look to take some of these mitigation blocks. I'll see if this mitigation block 16961.5, I'll see if price holds there and rejects, or if we head higher to take out 17073 buy side. Today is Thursday, and we just had a nice drop from Wednesday highs back below a new week opening gap, which we traded back above now. So it's still possible for us to continue expansion higher. But if we get 4-hour, what really needs to happen is I need to see the reaction here, because it seems like this down close candle on the daily is being supported so far. So unless I see movement below that, I don't see a true long higher time frame shift in market structure just yet. Let's see something here. I totally forgot about my oil. I wish I would have kept this up here. Missed the oil short. I knew there was going to be something that happened today. Let me see how Asia has traded. See, there's Asia's session here. Charting oil on the side as well. I'm going to trade that on my main account. And need to also mark the opening day. So opened at 73.81. 73.81. And let's make that a bright cyan. And we'll make that visible on all charts. We'll save this as a template. Cyan Midnight open. And we will draw this out over time. 5 o'clock p.m. Apply. Okay, so oil has dropped well below Asia's. See if I can find a nice level. See what I do here. Gray. Here are my grays. Light gray. Dark gray. All right, so oil rebounding a bit. It's at Asia low, Asia session low. Looking to see if we see evidence of a retracement here or if it's just a continuation of this drop down. Okay, so NASDAQ, we have basically engineered another relative equal high here before news, so we'll keep that in mind. This one is no longer relevant here. Yes, we could treat it as a mitigation, but it's within the larger swing, so we won't think twice about that one. We do need to mark the same type of low. We'll mark this out to the afternoon. So London's low is here, but there are relative equal lows down here too. Right there. Excuse me. So you can start to see how we've created this range here that we're trading in. We're in the middle of this dealing range here. And if we take, oh, let me use the hourly chart. We take our swing high to swing low. This mitigation block is right at the just before the equilibrium point of this swing low. So I do think we're going to head up to that segment there at some point today. Right now, 742, I imagine we just consolidate before we hit unemployment claims. So that was a nice little run from about 70 to 80, 88. So about 18 handles right there in the morning. Would we have been able to capture that? Well, we see consolidation. It would have been really difficult for me because unless I was awake during London, I saw a price head up like that. I would have expected us to retrace a little bit, but we did come down here, take out previous short-term sell-side liquidity, and heading higher to take out buy-side liquidity, I imagine. But I was not awake at 5:30 in the morning, so obviously I would have missed that. While we did see some sell side be taken here, would I have felt confident in taking this high? No, it doesn't fit my model, so I wouldn't have taken that. But I do start to see these engineered relative equal highs here, so I do think that's going to get taken at some point. Oil continues to drop. We see On the weekly, it kind of went up into and failed getting up to a weekly volume imbalance there. On the daily, it traded to a volume imbalance and then rejected. Price can head lower here. Oil on the monthly still came down to a weekly volume imbalance and bounced. So I'm of the impression that we aren't supposed to head lower, but I also don't want to fight this trend. If it is meant to go lower, it's going to go lower, and it's going to go lower quickly, potentially down to 70.99 or 71, basically 73 to 71. I'm going to keep a close eye on oil heading up to midnight opening. Remove some of these items here. And let me create a fair value gap. I see that with a bullish order block on the 4-hour. So I think the 4-hour trades down into that 4-hour order block that we see. Coupled that with a bullish or for a 4-hour BISI, and then I think it heads down into that and then heads back upwards for the day. So keep an eye on that. NASDAQ is inching higher towards that buy-side liquidity. We obviously have 16,911 to reach for as well. So we've reached that buy-side liquidity there. I don't expect it to head any higher, but I expect it to kind of keep this range here, keep within this range, all the way up until the economic news at 8:30 a.m. unemployment claims. Hey RG, good morning, good morning. But we did expect it to come up to this level here. I mean, you can kind of see it's engineering relative equal highs now. I do expect that to be taken. Keep in mind, I am keeping in mind that we have, and if we open around here, we will have quite a liquidity void to fill to the downside first. So I do think we'll end up heading down towards that 16,757 today. Real-time hour gap, I don't think it will be in a premium. In the higher time frames, yes, it'll be technically everything's in a premium right now, but that real time hour gap, um, you can kind of see how here's the low here, and then here this pink line here, you can kind of see I'm keeping it around where price is right this very moment. This is definitely within the real time hour chart, within the real time hour swing. This swing, it's definitely in a discount still. Um, so in the grand scheme of things, yes, it's a technically in a premium, and we do see that we took out a low here in the real time hour chart. In fact, we reached down into a previous area of liquidity missing on the real time hour charts that hadn't been taken out yet. So there's this liquidity remaining here. There's this liquidity that we'll have to the downside as well. All those things, we can certainly see a retracement here. And I actually see a real-time hour mitigation block here on the 15-minute chart as well. But we can certainly see us go down and take this out first. That's what I would think we will be aiming for. That is where the easiest liquidity would be sitting, in my opinion. But there's also this sitting liquidity up here too. So I need to see what direction price takes first, and then I'll determine if we head lower first. I might treat that as a initial false move to head higher, depending on how strong that move is. Because keep in mind, on real time hour chart, we've already traded up to here. So I do think we'll head at least halfway into the gap, maybe into the new week opening gap. So I'm going to keep this chart off to the side. You can keep it on your side charts as well. For now, nothing happening. We have to wait for time. Wait for 8:30 to come around. Oil has gone down into the 4-hour SIBI as expected. And has bounced temporarily. I'm now looking for evidence that we will change the way that we trade here. But we've made mostly lower lows today. And we've broken market structure, shifted market structure on oil as well. So unless I see a nice shift in oil, I'm going to be wary of taking longs here. Oh, I see what you mean. The gap will be lower than where price starts. If price starts, I'm speaking in reference to the exact price mark at that time at present time. So if we trade up to, let's say, 16,900, by the time we open at 9:30, we'll have a real-time hour gap below us, which means there's a real-time hour liquidity void below us. If you're referring to the close yesterday, then yes, it will be higher than the close yesterday. But I'm always referring to price as of its current tick price. Good questions, though. Good questions. Let's see. Nothing to happen there. Just waiting on price now. Oil doesn't give me as much precision here. And it has traded down into that buy side imbalance though, so I am considering this here. High there, 73.25. So far, oil has respected bearish order blocks, so I'm not in a hurry to go along. Even though in this current swing, oil has bounced off of that sell side imbalance. I imagine that it will, I need to see what happens at the Asia range low, as there is a couple of 4-hour bearish order blocks around that area. So I think we could head higher up to Asia range for the short term. I think we could definitely head higher, but not too much higher. $32. And then let me sell one at 32 at 42 as well. Okay. Note Monday's midnight New York opening today and reference it during the day. Oh, you're talking about the weekly midnight open? Oh, sorry. My Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. Be right back. I need to take my teeth out. Oh boy. Sorry if that was too loud, everybody. Um, we are still good for now, though. We are seeing price uh, start to release. My oil trade is doing really well. My goodness. 32. No, don't go down, oil. Don't go down and take my stuff. Go up to the target that I want you to go up to instead. Yes, keep it up. Keep going. No, I'm gonna get stopped out here. Spike up. Come on. That's it. All right. Nice quick little 130 scalp on oil there. All right, so you can kind of see how it engineered. NASDAQ has engineered relative equal highs now, right? What does this do? I'm just, what happens if I do this? Does it do anything? No, it doesn't. I was looking at like the little heart icon. Yeah, burnt breakfast. That's, yeah, it was bacon. Bacon did us in. Apologies if you don't eat, if you're halal and you don't eat pork in America. Unfortunately, we do. We eat it. We love it. But we have some bananas now. Gotta get your potassium in. Okay, about 24 minutes until news. We came down to a bullish order block there, or sorry, a buy side imbalance there. Make no mistake, unemployment claims is going to rip people apart. If you're positioned anywhere in this swing, you're going to get torn apart. So I would recommend, I mean, there is a small chance that it just runs, but generally unemployment claims takes both sides of the factor, both sides out of the equation. If we do, so so if unemployment claims takes us all the way back down and it completely eliminates this real-time hour gap. In fact, I'm going to keep this real-time hour gap back down here just because I don't want to mess with unemployment claims gaps. But if we are to, I'll move it back up before 9:30 a.m. But if we are going to, that bacon's good. Bacon and eggs, baby. Shake 'em, bake 'em. I love my wife. My wife's awesome. I would be pretty much dead here trading with you guys and starving if without her. In the middle of this range, we're in the middle of this greater range. Nothing high probability yet. Let's take a look here. We saw relative equal lows on the 5-second chart. How old do you think I am, Phil? I am older than you think. I think. So we're creeping up towards that equilibrium point. So I'm going to watch 16.911 and 16.961. That's about 50 points between these two, though. Keep in mind. But the nicer of the two, the higher of the two, is what I would expect to be respected. Let me take a look at the 4-hour chart here. Yeah, this is a little more prominent up at 16.961 on the 4-hour chart. And then on the daily chart, let's see. On the daily chart, that 16.911 is actually a previous day's low. So that is something to keep in factor. There's this previous day's low that we could be rejecting from, or as you can see here, this down close candle is supporting price currently. So because we could make a case for both. We could make a case for trend continuation because we still haven't filled out some of our higher time frame work there. And we can make a case for us to drop lower. We sit on our hands until we see a clear drop from this mitigation block. I can take this, if we see a mitigation at 16.911, I can take that down to new week opening gap or this rejection block here. There's actually, I need to mark that out now because there is another rejection block up here. And that is 16793.75 open, 16793.75. I almost missed that. Okay, so this is a potential rejection block here. So I'm going to keep that in mind as well. So, recap. Quick recap. Hamza, good morning. Insert name here, good morning. Phil, 26 to 28. Insert name here, 25. Manfred Cooler, 20. Kirk, 12 years old. I don't think 12 years old will be old enough. I think you have to be at least 18. But yeah, I'm actually in my mid-30s. So I'm old, or rather, I'm older than what you think. But when I shave, it gets younger and younger. I've definitely been carded at a bar recently. It's not fun. But blessing in disguise, I suppose. All right. Let's see. Tashi Patterson, aged well. Thank you. Daniel W. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. I mean, I'm gonna obviously I'm not gonna like put my driver's license up to show that, but mid 30s, man. Yep. Best age, yeah. Best age because you have a little bit of money, you can finally pursue what you've worked long enough to pursue what you want to do. You know what you want to do. Um so yeah. And yeah, it's a I see a lot of the young traders here. I'm so happy to see like the younger traders here because I had no money when I was that young, and I could not have done what I can do now without a little bit of work money saved up. Um, but I wish I would have earlier. I thought you were 20. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Um, let's see what we got here. I know this is a little messy. Our friend RG up above. This. If we are to head lower, I mean, I would like for us to see us bounce off of this mitigation block and then head lower, or this mitigation block and head lower. If we if we first head higher, I mean, I would be kind of surprised, but we have we'll keep in mind that we have midnight opening here and London dipped below that and headed higher. Unemployment claims, whichever direction it takes out first, I will seek to fade that initial major move. Manfred Kohler, my first day here. How many trades are you executing on a normal day? I would say it ranges from maybe 1 or 2 to 4 to 6 in general. If I can stay disciplined, it's less than that. The less trades, the better. But if I see a trade in the afternoon, I'm going to take it. Like evidenced as of yesterday, that 2 p.m. run, I took not a lot of trades, but I took on 4 different individual accounts, I took sell side trades. So each one of those 4 accounts, 4 trades, 1 trade on each, that's 4 trades right there, right? I had to go away from Trade Copier because with Trade Copier, while you can make gains quickly, you can also make losses quickly. So sticking to 1 account for now until I get above 80 to 90% consistency. Then I'll go to Trade Copier. Phil, yeah, unemployment claims will be suicide. If you're positioned before, like, I mean, if you're positioned in Asia, there's a small chance that you'll be safe. But if you're positioned anytime after London close, you're not safe. Daniel W. Are you using a funded account right now? Is it worth using a funded account more than 50K? Yeah, that's an awesome question. Personally, I don't think so to start off. I think that honestly, even a 25K probably gives you enough contracts, more than enough contracts to make money on. But 50K is worth the value because you pay like a couple dollars less for a 25K. But with 50K, you can scale when you get to your funded account if you can get there, right? So right now, I'm trading 4 performance accounts, and I just picked up another evaluation account that I might try to see if I can pass, depending. So I think. So right now, whatever you see trade is live trade. It's real money. This is by no means, I have to make this disclaimer as I showed in the beginning of the stream. None of my trades, you should not follow any of my trades. This stream is delayed, you can and will lose money. YouTube delays the streams by roughly 15 to 20 seconds, I think. So don't follow my advice. Or rather, my trades are not financial advice. I'm not commissioned by the CFTC to provide financial advice. Just be careful with your trades. There is risk in trading futures. Have to put that disclaimer out there. I will talk through what I see forming, but when price is really quick, it's going to be impossible for you to follow, nor do I think you should follow me. I'm not as consistent of a trader as I would like to be yet, but I'm getting there. Manfred Collar 25k is optimal size. Yeah, if you want to lower the amount of money that you spend on these funded accounts, like 25k is easily the cheapest one. You just have to work with micro lots. You can work with normal minis as well. Don't let me be the one that tells you how to trade. But you can also blow your accounts really quickly on the 25k with minis as well. Same with the 50ks. So, but if you're willing to, then sometimes it's worth it. So 10 minutes till unemployment claims. And once you get your funded account, once you get a payout of like, $500, $1,000, that'll fund the rest of the following funded accounts that you need to, like, Okay, so we see a little drip up every 4 hours. So the past 4 hours, we see small drips up. So everything's waiting. Everyone's holding their breath for unemployment claims come out. But yeah, Daniel W. I think if you haven't traded futures before, I think that it's worthwhile to, like, I think I put my link here, but it's worthwhile to take one of the cheapest accounts, especially waiting to see if there's a sale. I think there's a 71% off sale right now. But sometimes they have 80%. On a very rare occasions, they do have a 90% sales sometimes. There's the 25Ks, of course, are 147. So what is that? 147 times 0.71. So 147 minus 104. So it's about $43 per that account. You can use micros. I mean, you don't see me using more than 1 or 2 micros at a time for the most part, right? But you can trade plenty of micros. That's more than you need, like with the 25K. So I would agree, like, if you're just starting out, this 25K lets you get access to a demo account, and well worth it to gain that experience, to set up NinjaTrader. Now, the only caveat with that, okay, so one caveat with this, you can either trade with Rhythmic like I do, or you can scroll down. There's an API that they can use. They acquired Tradeovate, which integrates with TradingView. So you can also trade with TradingView here. It is a little tiny bit more expensive, but it allows you to trade with TradingView, which a lot of people like. So that's another option to trade with Tradeovate. What you see in the background here is Rhythmic. So I trade old school on a desktop computer with Rhythmic because I like the NinjaTrader Rhythmic platform. But a lot of people don't like it and they wanted to use TradingView, and that's totally okay. Are your accounts connected so they all trade at once, or you should trade separately? I have a trade copier that I bought. It's Apex's trade copier. It might cost you about $150, but that they just updated it and it's working a lot better. So I can copy trade, but I don't right now. I trade one contract at a time, or one account at a time, rather. Let's see. Until December 27th, you can qualify within 1 day at Apex. Yep, that's true, Manfred. That leads to over leveraging, but if you have one good trade, you can fast that within a day. Right now, I've traded 2 days with Top Step with an 87% success rate on an eval with Top Step. I'm doing very well. Hope it isn't luck. Yeah. I love Top Step. I don't trade with them, but I know a lot of friends that do, and they really enjoy Top Step. They like the fact that you can get payouts faster. They like Top Step's ability to provide some statistics as well. I like Top Step. I like Apex. It's the one that one of my mentors put me on, and oh my goodness, oil is dropping out. Hold on. Oil dropped below Mississippi here. My goodness. What happened here? Okay, so maybe today's a go down day for oil. Tashi, I've got Top Step. I'm capped with 5 micros. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I think they scale. It's a different system with Top Step. They scale you as you succeed more. That's cool, Tashi. That's killer. I hope you. I wish you like super success and continuing to gain further contracts as you need. All these companies have advantages, disadvantages. Top Step only gives you. Can't read this here. Only gives you half of the risk. Okay. That's good to know. I will definitely try Top Step. Maybe like after I get one of my next funded payouts. So I'll definitely try it. No, Top Step isn't new. It's been around for a little bit. Apex has been around for a long time though. Manfred, I actually heard through the grapevine that Apex is gonna trial 7-day withdrawals. I don't know when, but I heard that they're gonna trial 7-day withdrawals soon. So I think that's quite interesting. All right, so we're heading down lower into this range. Duplicate this one on the 1-second chart. Data series, I only want 1 day on this 1-second chart because there's way too much data. All right, so we know where our key levels are. If we drop below here, we also note that close some of these right now. Let's see. Lilu is ridiculous. Have to trade for 30 days until you get paid. Manfred, surprisingly, Apex was like that in the past in 2022 and earlier than 2022. Apex was you had to basically trade for a month and a week before you could request for a payout. So things have changed quite a bit for Apex in the previous year. Those that are starting Apex this year, You have no idea how good you've had it. It is much better. All right, so about a minute and a half, a minute and 25 seconds remaining. Let me get my... All right, so we'll look to see if it takes sell side first or buy side. About a minute, 50 seconds remaining here for news. Whichever direction it heads to first. We're going to watch this on a 1 second chart, by the way. "36 seconds here. We're going to open this up a little bit so you can see a little bit more data. But you have these areas to look for as well. So 24 seconds remaining. I'm hoping we head higher, but let's see. Nine seconds. All right, so we went down first. Okay, so we're seeing price continue. We'll just... So we went down first, picked up sell side there, and then came back down. Now we're generating some... I was going to enter there, but I missed my entry. But you can kind of see how price went down, took out sell stops first, and then headed higher, right? So we're still within this range here. It can drop out for sure, but we took out sell side first. I imagine it takes out buy side next. So it should take out this buy side next, I imagine. Mike's still here. Yeah, Mike's still running. All right, so we've broken above here, so now we head up to 16,911. And we will likely spool to 16,911 here. We can, obviously we can retrace here, but we'll assume that we're gonna spool up to there. Now we can de-risk. $16,911 is the core level that we're looking for here, this mitigation block there, and we've achieved that. So there's a late trade, but even so, we based it off of signatures that we saw of price running into this gap down here. Now, remember, if you guys were on YouTube, if anyone had watched, so on my channel, if anyone had read, I still think that price is going to continue up to 17,089. Since we didn't get below the 16,757 lows, I think a lot of people are looking bearish today. So let's see if we can break above these mitigation blocks here. Can people still hear me? Is my mic still good? I'm reading values on my mic, but Manfred Cooler, have to compare the contracts and consistency rules are different. Yep, you have to look into the bylaws for sure. Absolutely. You can't trade news with Apex. You can't swing with Apex. You can't trade news with Apex. Oh, I missed the oil trade as well. Dang. Traded up into a bearish order block there, so need to see if it's gonna stay there, if it's gonna give me a market structure shift to the upside now. Mike is good. Okay, good. Trade day is also not too bad. I love it. Thanks, Manfred. I'll have to check them out. Where's that Juice Spark? Juice Spark, are you still here? I was just seeing Euro USD. Remember we had mentioned it can head up a little bit here? We're reaching. All right, so now we have displacement above this mitigation. Keep in mind that we have a real-time gap that's going to start wherever this ends. Wherever 9:30 a.m., wherever this starts, this is going to be a real-time hour gap below market price once we get started here with this level of movement. So we're heading up into this mitigation block next, 16,961. I think we will head up that way. So let's shift to a different account next and look for our next trade. Watch out for the 16,940.5 premium SIBI low. $16,961 is what I would be aiming for next. So we should hit this weekly premium SIBI low. Let's see how price reacts here. If we blow through it, then we're for sure going to aim for 16,961.5. So I'm keeping an eye on this right here. If we reject here or if we blow through it. It's a key level, so I want to respect this level. So we can kind of see how we rejected from there, right? If we continue heading lower, then we might get stopped out. That's fine. We entered in a premium knowing the risk. Right now, it does feel like price is going to spool up towards that 16,961.5, though. I would be kind of surprised if we did not make it up there at some point today, because that is a key level. It's a key mitigation level. Actually, I do need to keep this down a little bit here. Oh, we'll get stopped out there. Yep. That's okay. We're going to look for areas to re-enter here. We don't think that the price is going to not hit 16,961.5, so re-entered here. This is a weekly SIBI low though, so I do want to respect this level. If we get stopped out again, then so be it. But I can't imagine we don't hit that 16,961. Oops, shoot, it double clicked. Did not want to do that. Let me monitor my risk here. If we start to peak lower, then I'll close out and choke my stop up. There we go. We like to see that type of signature. That's good as well. Now we should be able to de-risk entirely. And let me see where we're at here. So we have our stop a little bit above. Should be served as a breakaway gap there. And we should see us move towards terminus. There we go. Wonderful. So what price did we stop at? What price exactly? Do you see that? This is on the 1 second chart that we're trading. So that high is 16961.50, right? What is this low here? 16961.50, right? So you can't get more precise than that, right? So nice little scalp there. We knew price was spooling up in that direction. Now we need to respect this mitigation block and let it do its thing here. If we see price continue to spool, we will keep in mind our weekly draw on liquidity at 17,089. But this is a mitigation block here, so I certainly want to respect the power there. Let's go back to the 1 minute chart. You can kind of see that up here. So, so as you can see, we got stopped out of our first trade. We knew our bias was correct. We knew the price action flow was also correct. And right now, we are heading towards that area. If we go up to the 17,073, that's going to ruin a lot of shorts. And we're going to see a squeeze up into none other than the consequent encroachment of this weekly SIBI. Yeah, so let's see, Mandaga. Sorry, I'm missing a couple of comments here. At trade day, you cannot trade news, but who knows what it's good for? Maybe, yeah. See easy, I can hear you. Do you see the 5-minute market open candlestick? Now price is awake. That's step one. Now you should find your trade. 5-minute market candle open. Yeah, absolutely. That's oftentimes with that 5-minute candle, that is on a typical day, that candle's you're already too far. It's price has gone too far. But we are trading with the consideration that from last night, if you remember, I mentioned that last night as I was doing the prep. Sorry, I do know that the videos take a while to render, so I'll try to do that earlier in the evenings now that I'm doing the videos in the evening. But this is the reasoning why I was thinking we might head up there. But it's kind of key that this mitigation block is really key, right? Price can there's a lot of buy orders here that are looking to mitigate their buys after this massive sell-off where they got caught with their pants down. So they're trying to sell as they are getting break even. And if there's smart money also selling here, well, there's a good chance that we end up seeing prices head lower. So you can see that reaction at the mitigation block there. Let's see. Daniel W, what's your success rate? I would say I'm like maybe 60% right now. It's not a lot, but I'm enough to be profitable and to slowly build up the bank every single day, every week rather, and every month. So slowly, I'm building up these accounts slowly and continuing to try to read price action correctly. That's all I care about, is making sure that, hey, can I read price action correctly? Great. If so, then fantastic. I count that as a win. Oil continues to drop, it looks like. Can't trade that right now when NASDAQ is running so clean and so hot. We love NASDAQ. All right, so let's see what we got here. So now on the 4-hour chart, you see how we're taking this bearish order block and starting to peter out a little bit. There's no guarantee that we're gonna drop from here, but keep in mind, where's our real-time hour? Where is it? Need to find my real-time hour chart. Where did it go? Did I delete it? I think I might have deleted it. That's weird. Oh, there it is. So this is our real-time hour opening session high right now. If price were, you can kind of see it here as well. If price were to open at 9:30 a.m. right here, the real-time hour gap would be enormous. This gap is not one that is prone to be filled. So you can kind of see here. So here's yesterday's close. Here's where price is right now. That is a enormous gap lower for price to be potentially filled. Enormous, absolutely enormous. When we see gaps this big, I mean, you don't see them often, but when you see gaps this big, many times you'll see those get filled at some point in the near future, right? You can see that across any of these major big gaps. They always go to get filled. Very seldom do they not go to get filled. Like this gap got filled there. This gap traded down. This gap traded down too. Didn't fill. So there's a lot of stuff here that is going to be, this whole segment here is going to be a real-time hour gap. So that provides danger for anyone who is going long. That's a little bit dangerous for those who are going long. I'm going to switch to another account now to look for my next trade. Where are we? We should be able to remove this now, and we have, oh gosh, let's see. Yeah, this no longer, we don't need to reference this. We can leave that there as a point of reference for mitigation potentially. This low we can leave there as well. We see that sell side got taken there and it just ran away from that. How is the 1 second chart? Did you guys like seeing the trades on the 1 second chart here? Let me know how you, if you like that, seeing that time frame, or if that was too messy and you want me to keep it on the 1 minute time frame. I'm showing you how I trade, some kind of time frames that I'm using on other screens, so so that you can also kind of like consider it if you have the data and the computer to back that up. Otherwise, using key levels like this, you would have been able to see that we took sell side liquidity and we're aiming to head upwards there. Okay. Zoomed out, the second time frame looks good. Yeah, zoomed out, it's a little easier to read. You can you get a much smoother plot, and when you get really big spikes, like over at 8:30, they're very prominent spikes, right? So over at 8:30, you knew this is a fair value gap. You knew when price was heading back down here, there was a high probability bullish order block on the 1 minute time frame. You could have taken that right there at 16,870, and that would have been quite a nice trade. So now we're seeing a couple of movements down to the weekly premium Sibi low. And now here's where we look for, does our price end up heading lower here or not? So we're seeing some movement lower on the lower time frame charts. The minute chart, let's take a fib and go from candle to candle. We technically could also go from, I just want to get the candle one here. We know the 50%'s 16,917. If we go from candle high to candle low, that's around 914. So roughly the same. You're not going to get too much of a difference by going from candle close, but I prefer candle close so that we can see the values there. So we're looking to see if price can come back to the 50% mark. Mitigation block worked as expected. This is a bearish breaker here. So this down close candle right here, this one right here, this serves as your bearish breaker, right? This was a previous breaker from the previous day, but if we are to extend this out, we can kind of see how we traded to the midpoint of that breaker and then broke downwards. Now, that doesn't mean we break down forever downwards, but it does mean that there's a breaker combined with a mitigation block, combined with displacement, combined with a sell side imbalance. All those together combined with a higher time frame bearish order block, all those combined for me to be able to say, hey, this is a higher probability area. Remember, I was saying that 16.9, 61.5, I prefer this breaker for the, or this mitigation block. That's why. That's the reason why I prefer that one over the other ones. So hopefully that makes sense as to why I was aiming for that higher one instead of the lower one there. Appreciate the likes. Thank you. That's 12 likes so far. If this has been helpful or educational or just entertaining, I appreciate the likes out there. It's good to see that I'm doing something on the right track there. Obviously our core goal is to just keep good trades going and keep our tape reading skills fresh. That's what we want. Okay, so we came down to about 30-40%. There was a previous level there. But what was this? Oh, is that on a lower time frame maybe? Okay, well, if I can't recall what this is for, I'm going to remove it. Because all it does is clutter my chart. It might have just been me moving some stuff around. Let's get rid of some of these artifacts as well. Daniel W, good stream. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. So, about 35 minutes until New York Open. We are seeing price. We're seeing some really aggressive movement higher. So that just took all the shorts out. That took all the shorts out that went short at this area here. And now they're going to chop some people up because that just got some longs in there too. So I'll keep this off for the time being and I'll move it up right after open. So that was a really nasty spike. It took out some of this. Let me go to the 5-second chart. It'll be easier to see. So we can kind of see how this liquidity just got smacked, right? Buy side liquidity. And you can kind of see how that liquidity got spanked there and then it instantly dropped about almost 20 points, right? After spiking up 20 points. So these type of signatures are what we're now looking for. We're looking to see, this type of price reaction here. There was a inversion fair value gap that got traded to and then bounced off of. Now we can treat this as our next buy side liquidity. And of course, there's some sell side liquidity that we might run for as well. Let me go to a 5-second chart. These look like relative equal lows we could run for. Make that sell side liquidity. So I see these as relative equal lows down here. What's that low? Let me widen this up a little bit. So this low is 16,931.75. This low is 16,926. Is that really lower? 16,926. 16,926. Okay, I was just tripping there. I was on the wrong one. So relative equal lows on a lower time frame there. I think those will get tagged. on the way down. We aren't seeing price support, and we saw price create a lower low than this short-term low on the 1 minute time frame. The question will be, do we maintain this movement lower the rest of today, being Thursday of a week where we have unemployment claims today, and we've got core PCE tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, right? Nothing more to take right now. We need to wait pretty much until 9:30. I imagine that we will continue to consolidate around this area unless we see a huge run for the tops. There's a very real risk of us heading down into that real-time hour gap first, especially since we reached the mitigation block here. But let's see. Any movement down, in my mind, is a retracement for us to head higher. Until we see an intermediate term low broken out, that's my consideration. Daniel W., where do you find the news that you're talking about? Yeah, let me drop this. I don't know if this is going to show up in the chat or not, but let me see. Let me try dropping this in the chat here. I don't know if this is going to show up in chat or not. But so I just put does that link show up, Daniel W? So if you go to www.forexfactory.com, you'll be able to play around with this. You can look at the news, you can look at the calendar. I typically look at the news to get a sense of when things are happening, because I don't care, except for interest rates, okay? With the sole exception of FOMC statements and interest rates, I really don't care what the numbers are. Like, I don't even know. Like, I didn't know that unemployment claims said they were 205K when they were forecasting 214. Though all those numbers are bullshit anyways. Like, they're all BS numbers. They get revised. If you look at months later unemployment claims, like, you can see the Biden administration. I don't really care about, like, you know, liberal, conservative, or whatever, but the administration always doctors these values, and they end up revising them so they're far worse after they are announced. So these numbers are all bullshit, but they do provide liquidity, and that's key, right? You need to know when there potentially are going to be big major moves, and you need to be prepared for that, basically. So that's all I use the Forex Factory calendar for, is to know when high volatility events are going to happen. So so that you're prepared. You don't get caught with your pants down in a trade and you wonder, why did it suddenly drop 100 points and then go back up 100 points? Now you know, right? So that's why I don't trade during or before. Sorry, I don't trade before, but I will trade during. And that is unique to me. I don't see very many people going down to the 1 second chart and scalping that. But you can kind of see I was reading price action on the 1 minute, 1 second time frame, right? I have the quickness and the ability to capitalize on that, but it can be really stressful for people. So If you don't want a higher stress environment, stick with the minute time frame. There's plenty of plays to be done on the minute time frame. Plenty. So this could have been one of them, right? Short-term low, high, taking out a key level, mitigation block. If you were if you're looking shorts, this short would have been your short right here. And you could have taken this to this short-term low as terminus, right? 60, 50, 40, 30. There's about 35 handles down there. If you missed that one, what else is here, right? You have 2022 model. Fair value gap formed, right? SIBI formed after a key level got taken. So short-term low, key level gets taken here that I had mentioned, 16,961.5. We see movement lower, fair value gap gets created. We see displacement below a short-term low. We return back to a fair value gap. And what does that return? Exactly that fair value gap there, right? We head lower, and we trade to another imbalance down here. That trade alone, 55, let's say 45, that's at least 10 points there. 35 even. It does trade down there, but you would have gotten a little scare up here, right? So there's plenty of models on the 1 minute chime chart to play as well. Delphine, inversion fair value gap on the 1 minute. You're talking about this one down here, Delphine? One that has both buy side and sell side now traded through? Or are you talking about the higher one? Because there's a fair value gap up here on the 1 minute as well. I'm not as good as identifying these, honestly. I'll be frankly honest. I definitely do see that we bounced off of this one. 841 candle. Okay, the lower one. Okay, gotcha. Yep, so again, it's only 9 o'clock. There is a huge gap to be filled below us. Keep in mind, if price stays here, we will have price be roughly around here when we start the day, and there'll be a huge gap beneath us. So we'll wait. Oh, the higher one. Okay, gotcha. Yep, so this is the inversion fair value gap that Delphine's talking about. We price traded up. It's a premium. Price drops below that, trades back up to it, and then immediately rejects from there. So we have price heading over here now, approaching that sell side at relative equal lows there. I'm pretty certain we're gonna drop out there. If it doesn't take that low, I would be kind of surprised. But then again, I've seen weirder things. Because right now, this is forming what retail is thinking is a bull flag. The way I see it, I see we traded up to an imbalance. And we have an imbalance created with some of the buy side that's here. I see that we are more likely to take this relative equal low out and head into optimal trade entry at the very least below us. But I am, I'm not trading short right now. My bias is still bullish until proven otherwise. Let me see what the hour is doing. Hourly chart's doing the same exact thing. Price traded down to the low of a down close candle there. 4 hours rejected there. Powerful JRE. This is the guy that was trying to get me to go short on the day that it ended up long on the end of the day. How you doing, brother? Good to see you again. All right, so price is consolidating in this area right now. So no, don't take any trades here if you can help it. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we're just in a consolidation zone right now. Powerful JRE. It's good that he likes Joe Rogan, though. I mean, I'm surprised that the Joe Rogan doesn't slap you with a content infringement or anything like that, though. Be careful there. I hope it gives you tons of views, though. All right, let's see what we got here. We're hanging out at that weekly premium Sibi low. I am thinking, though, if if we do get a spike up, there's so many people that are short and that are going to get squeezed out if we can break above 17,073, that hourly buy side liquidity there. Or 4 hour buy side liquidity, sorry. Get rid of this fib on the hourly chart so we can see a little bit more. Continue to move this up as we get to price. This is too distracting here for my opening range session high. I'm going to leave it down here until 9:30 or 9:29 a.m. Oh, he wants to clip famous pods. Okay, that's cool. Nice. Nice. Good for him. Let's see. Check the breaker on the 15-minute. You mean this breaker that we've traded to already? Yeah, we pointed that one out. That was a key area of confluence for why we were looking for this old mitigation block here. And price did mitigate there, so we're holding for the time being. Watching the real-time hour gap this morning. It's going to be kind of important. Daily chart, we still have bounced off of this down close candle on the weekly. Let's see if I can open the weekly up. So this weekly candle, you can kind of see, even though we do have a weekly segment beneath us, we're still hovering at that weekly Sibi low. So we weren't able to trade to the midpoint there. So if we aren't able to do that, I would be surprised, given that we still have this week and Christmas remaining in December. As we get into the middle of January, that's when we need to be a little bit more careful there. Flows should still be net. Santa Claus rallying. About 16 minutes till open. Eyeing a fib 0TE on yesterday's consolidation levels. So are you saying you're bearish, and what levels are you referring to specifically? If we do head lower, we're going to tackle this. Oops. 16757.25. Moved that on accident there. If we do end up heading lower and breaking down from here, we're going to head towards 16757.25. That will be the nearest draw on liquidity. Is there anything special about a trading computer? Just saw you use one in the description. Yeah, I mean, I use a trading laptop that is, and let me show you. It's not cheap for most people. There's probably cheaper options. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap in the grand scheme of things. Let me find the site that I traded off of, or got it off of. So it's a company that makes computers and laptops specifically for traders. And the key thing that for trading laptops that I liked about them is that they allow for up to 4 monitor connections, and they have smart ways to cool your laptop. Like this trading laptop never overheats. It's impressive how well the fans work. But this is what I went to. I went to laptops, and I chose the Falcon F30 trading laptop because it has a large amount of RAM. That's kind of key, and then solid state drive as well. So I chose the maximum amount of RAM, and I didn't really care about the backups or the solid state drive. I kept the minimums there. But you can choose what specs you want on them, and obviously that adds a little bit more price. But if you don't need a lot, like, I would recommend you keep the 64 gigs of memory, because you need that to run your programs well. For instance, right now, if I look at my memory usage, I'm using about 25% of my 64 gigs of RAM. What is that? 64 times 0.25. That's about 16 gigs of RAM there. You don't want to have 32 gigs and be, that'll still be enough for 32 gigs. But if you're running multiple programs, then you want more RAM so your computer doesn't slow down. I kept with the 500 gigs, terabytes. I didn't have a system backup for here. I didn't load any extra software. Pretty much everything I think I kept pretty much standard there. So, about 2.7, 2.8 grand. And then they have the holiday sale as well. So Falcon Trading Computers, I'm not affiliated with them. I would like to be. So Falcon Trading, if you see this, let me hook me up with a little affiliate code. I might email them because I love their computers. Let I'm gonna see if I can get. Oh wait, I can join their affiliate program. That's cool. I'm gonna try this here. I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna apply for their affiliate program. I didn't realize they had one. That's kind of cool. They might give a better coupon to me as well to give to my followers if they want to get a discount as well. But yeah, there's a holiday sale there. Oh, no, like I think you can look up. Let me see, 9:20 a.m. You can kind of look at the description here, and it'll show you an idea of what kind of ports are here. Definitely don't take my word for it. Just look at the website, look at their technology. I think they do one of the most phenomenal jobs of building trader laptops specific to trading. Like I don't have anything else on this. I only use this for trading. I will never go to like a Facebook or something like that. I only use this for trading and for a good reason, right? So, there's two USB-Cs, two USB-As. I connect to dongles. So I have like these cheap, like, couple of USB-C dongles. They do have HDMI port here and mini display ports here as well. And you'll be able to get your jacks there. So you'll have a whole bunch of different ways to connect. If you need more than 4 monitors, though, you might want to go for a desktop because I don't think that these support more than 4 monitors here. But you can kind of look through that and see what you want. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. Check it out for sure. And then I'll try and get us a code that we can use to get us a discount. Let's see. Let me take a look at price. So we took out that short-term low as we expected, right? And we are now heading down to this fair value gap. So we're gonna remove that for now. And one thing I want to keep on here is I want to keep my fib here so I can see. Okay, so we came down to equilibrium exactly. Note that. Note that on the candles low to high, candle close, we came down to equilibrium. We still have optimal trade entry areas down here that we potentially could head down to. And then, of course, this mitigation block here, this relative equal the old highs basically is what I'm looking at. That's right at the 79% area here, which is coupled with a bullish order block on the time frame there. So Antonio, good morning. Happy Thursday. Sorry, there's a lot of questions here. I gotta catch back up here. 7 minutes till open. Oil's not doing anything now. Why did I go for a laptop versus a desktop? If I need to travel internationally, sometimes I need to. I'd like to still be able to trade. Even if I only have one screen, I would like to be able to trade. And that's really why. I wanted the best laptop that would still work well wherever I have Wi-Fi, so I could trade. Simple as that. All right, so at open, I am looking for us to fill in a portion of that real-time hour opening gap. Okay? I'm looking for 16,890.59 as I see a bullish order block coupled with 1 minute fair value gap, buy side imbalance, coupled with an optimal trade entry from this morning's swing. This is based on the predication that my bias on the higher time frames from the monthly to the weekly is bullish. And we will watch closely here. What does price do here? It's kind of key, right? The reason why we like to set entries here is even if we get stopped out and price goes lower, we have our risk parameters available, right? That's why we have risk parameters, is so that, hey, we are expecting a move. We are predicting price to move back up to take out buy side liquidity. And if we get stopped out, for instance, if this sell side, which is now turned into relative equal lows, right? If this sell side, and I should fix this up now because this is a new low of 16,858.50. So let's fix that up real quick. Either way, these are relative equal lows down here. $16,858.50. Relative equal low, sell side liquidity. So if we were to break below this 1 minute segment here, we will know very, very quickly that this relative equal low could be the next area of liquidity taken. So we're going to be careful. We're not going to immediately go long here unless we see it a displacement higher. Then we'll look for a another fair value gap on the lower time frame to get in. Let's see, Phoenix 21 on the like. Manka. Oh no, I need to learn how to pronounce this. Let me see if I can copy this. So Michael Douglas. Michael Douglas in uh this is cool. Um um Anton from Moscow. Okay, okay. Good to see you, Anton, from Moscow. That's so cool. We have Russia here. Um, Clarity Trader, do you only trade micros on your PAs? I do for now because my risk parameters don't allow me to trade much higher than that, Clarity. Um, like like on my PA accounts right now, I went through a period of drawdown, so I only have maybe an account that's at 50,300, $50,050, 50,600, and known that 49,942. So I had to go back to some basics and review some of my trades and review some of my plans and patterns that I'm looking for. So far so good. The review was good. The progress has been steady, which is good. So far so green. We had two trades earlier. One was about 194 bucks. The other one was about 60 bucks, which is exactly 60 bucks is what I'm looking for each day. But I trade one account at a time right now, just as a fail safe. So, we're looking for our next trade now. It's at 9:30. We went down, took out sell stops. We're gonna go down to a minute time frame. We're seeing some movement higher here. And we need to see how this reacts here. All right, so we need to see how we react at this weekly. So I'm looking, we took out sell stops, so I'm thinking we're gonna head higher for the time being, but let's see. I do think that we're gonna end up heading higher, but let me look for that entry. Should be okay. It can head further down first, but we're gonna keep our eyes on this one here. Buy stops are our target for now. And we should be able to de-risk at this point in time. Sell one at the high there, and then the other will trigger once we take out that high. If we can take that high out, obviously. We're watching this mitigation block closely, and we have trailed up our stops so we don't get tagged on the way down if we saw a really big movement lower. I don't like how price hovered around there, so that's why I tagged my stop up a little bit higher than normal. So let's see how price reacts here. Oh, let me move my real-time hour chart up too. So real-time hour began around here. So we're above that real-time hour session open. And right now we're heading down into a minute fair value gap, which we formed. 5-second chart, we're in a buy side imbalance area as well. We'll buy again, and then we'll set our stop to below here if we are not meant to head higher. So we'll see. We'll set a stop limit. That's fine. All right, so here we see this is we'll see if this is supported here or not. Otherwise, we're gonna head down into this fair value gap on the 5-minute. I think we'll get stopped out here, but maybe not. We'll see. We are consolidating here. We're not holding higher highs, so that leads me to think we're going to probably get stopped out here. We're not going to raise our stop. I just misclicked there. Yep, we're going to get taken out here. We're in a premium, so that premium purchase wasn't the best entry there. We can kind of see this reaction here. We weren't able to make a higher high. We weren't even able to make it to that mitigation block, honestly. So we need to see how we trade down to this 1680.90.59. I think there's a good chance that we end up heading down that way. Let me see how price reacts here. If it does hold here, that would be quite interesting. Because we did not make a lower low, or a lower, sorry, because we made a higher high, I would be a little surprised if we end up spiking up from here, but perhaps that is the case. We took out buy side liquidity there on the lower time frame. Keeping in mind today, there's really nothing. There's a light 10 a.m. CB leading index, and then 10:30 a.m. natural gas. Nothing's happening on oil right now. We're seeing consolidation right now in a range. Let me see if there's anything here that we can see. We traded down to a 5-minute bullish, 5-minute BISI there. I do pay attention to SMT. I do see that Dow is rising, but Nasdaq and E-mini are not. So I'm thinking that we are destined to head a little bit lower for now. But I only use SMT typically at key levels, and right now the Dow has actually more like equal highs on the Dow. So we traded to the top of the real-time hour gap there. Again, there's a huge liquidity void beneath us. So I want to see a little bit further evidence before I take this down. All right, we're entering short here. Stop is going to be above the short-term highs there. I'll leave my target where it's at there, and then we'll move into profit once we get below here. Target is that level that I had mentioned before. We can now move our stops here right at the breakaway gap there. We can take this might stop us out, actually. Let's see. Hopefully not, but I'd like to see it move lower first into that liquidity void on the real-time hour chart. Okay, so we got taken out there. We're going to re-enter short. And our limit will be back at that low that we think we'll head down to. We're seeing quite a bit of movement. Wow, that's it's quite a bit of movement there. So we saw price take sell side here in roughly a 50% mark I would say. Where's that? So we went down into the optimal trade entry on the 1 minute. I want to see if price continues higher, I suppose. I mean, we came down into this 5 minute buy side imbalance, came to the midpoint of this 15-minute imbalance here. So it's I don't know. It's hard to say. We're gonna go down to one contract though. We've risked a little bit too much today on this particular one, so we're gonna go down to one contract. One contract, 30 stop. There you go. All right, so right now going long would be a little too much risk. It looks like we are supporting higher lows for now. Let's see how 10 a.m. comes around. So let price do its thing, go a little lower here. Again, Dow has on the 1 minute time frame created a higher high, whereas S&P and NASDAQ have not. We'll try re-entering short here. Added one more at that return to bearish order block. And if that fails here, well, so be it. It is consolidating quite a bit here, so I think we might be offsides. And we might get stopped out again pretty heavily. It's having a really tough time heading lower for some reason. But we'll keep the stop where it's at for the time being. If it gets stopped out again, then so be it. We want to see displacement lower though. I want to see us head down to that 79% mark first. I want to see us do it with some movement, some really big movement, because this mitigation block is holding quite well, right? All right, so now we can move our stops. If we get stopped out there, I mean, if it holds, it holds, right? If it doesn't, then it gets stopped out in profit. Because that mitigation block is holding so strong right now. We would like to see it drop out completely and head down to our previous relative equal highs, as we do have a liquidity void to fill right here. You can see how big that gap is, right? This is a real-time hour gap. This is what we're trading right now. You can kind of see this here. That's exactly what we're trading, is movement down into that gap. We don't want to see price head back up there, otherwise it could spike and take everything out again. We want to see price continue to head lower. So this is a relatively high resistance movement lower, surprisingly. I would have anticipated us be able to head lower faster, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like the movement lower is really arduous. So when I see that kind of movement though, I kind of I'm thinking that I'm off sides here when I'm shorting. So I want to start to look for entries long. Like here. And even if I'm wrong here, I'm starting to see some movement on the lower time frames that isn't supporting me shorting. That's really key, right? Now I can de-risk with this item here, and I can set my sights on some of the higher highs if it can get up there, obviously. And if it just keeps on chopping here, then we know, hey, either way we take it, it's not going to be very high probability, right? Because right now, we're just waiting for time to head to that 950 to 1010 macro. We'll re-enter again. Let me see. Might have been incorrect to enter there again, since we didn't take out a low. Okay, we'll close out there. So right now we're getting chopped up in this area. I do see an SMT divergence lower, but yeah, we right now we're seeing lower lows being taken. Lows 1, 2, 3. So we need to see if price supports here, then we can potentially take this back long. We need to see some displacement though. Otherwise we'll just keep getting chopped out. I did want to see us take this out a little bit more, so so we're seeing a little support in this area. The 5-minute, we've come down into this region a couple times now. Seeing a little bit of consolidation here. I do think that we first head lower before we head higher. I mean, I can't imagine us not heading down to these relative equal highs down here. But support is there for sure. There's definitely buyers coming in. Or the algo has buyers coming in. Every time we hit that that old mitigation block, we're seeing buys come back in. So we need to see sell side be taken again. All right, so now we're starting to see a little bit more sell side there, but we didn't see a lower low yet. So be careful here. It's a really choppy environment. We did not create a lower low yet. We did create if this 5-minute candle closes, we'll create a short-term low here, which has closed below a short-term low earlier. And price has supported it yet again. So let's wait for the 9:50 a.m. macro. Let's see where this can take us. Oil is on the rise. And that is one heck of a rise, my goodness. Okay, what's happening with NASDAQ? We are still chopping, still consolidating. About 30 seconds till the next macro. All right, we're at 9:49, 9:50 now. All right, let's see what we get here. Let's see if we move lower or higher first. Still within range, so we're not gonna take a trade here and continue to get chopped. Let's wait for 10 a.m. All right, so we're starting to have an ascent higher. On the higher time frames, though, there's nothing really different. Taking a position to the upside here. As we start to see movement back down into some previous buy side imbalances. Does not look pretty. Not yet, at least. We are keeping in mind that price failed to make a higher high, but it did take out sell stops. So with this, we're going to have to stay relatively nimble. And I think we're going to get our sell side taken out. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's enough buy side to keep us going here. It's just in between. So we'll continue to monitor this really closely as we still keep seeing sell side taken, with the exception of the most recent 1 minute short-term low there. And we keep seeing price bought into, okay, and ranging. All right, so does not look like the long's going to work out. We got kind of like chopped out again there. So that's why we go down to one contract. Tough to read what price wants to do in this middle of this section here. On the 4 hour, we would be best to short. So I'll take that position once more. We'll leave our buy stops above the relative equal high up there. And we'll aim for, again, we'll aim for this segment down here. Still see price being supported relatively well. But I do see a lower time frame. See if I can make these a little smaller here. There we go. NASDAQ. New panel. Yeah, I'm still okay with the short here. No. We'll keep the stop healthy. We'll note that we don't see any movement above short-term highs, so we'll kind of take that into account as we continue these trades here. Almost 10 a.m. If we head lower, I would like for me to take one contract off here. Have that be my play for this morning. Okay, so we have some consolidation there. See prices begun to shift a little bit. We'll take our first profit right at that mitigation, or at the relative equal highs, with the intent that price is going to head lower is our goal, right? But we want to see it flush below that relative equal low there. We want to see it flush down below there, not bounce up. There should be a lot of buys around that area. All right, good. So we just took out our relative equal lows there. So we'll keep our stop there. Once we see movement lower, if we see movement lower, we'll capture that move as well, and we'll move our stops to break even once we see displacement lower here. All right, so we're seeing displacement lower, so we're going to be careful. We can move our stop to this segment here now. To be safe, maybe this one would be a little bit safer, but we want to see lower highs still. We want to see that be kind of like respected. We want to see lower lows. We don't want to see higher highs. We want to see lower highs and lower lows still. Otherwise, this is going to be serving as a jumping off point for the next movement. Just keep in mind, remember, we had drawn this out over time, and we know that the optimal trade entry, 79%, has been reached already, right? We know that. We know that we're likely to get stopped out here because that has reached, and if we see price turn around here, that would be the reason why. So we need to see how heavy is price. Is it heavy enough? Is it not heavy? Well, not that heavy, apparently. Or it was just meant to take out my stops there and head lower. Story of moving stops life. I didn't have to trail it that far down, though. That's, to be fair, I didn't have to trail it that far down. So that was my fault there. If it goes lower, that is absolutely 100% my responsibility to not trail it down too quickly. On the 1 minute chart, still seeing it head lower even. 5 second continues to not support that. We went down into a fair value gap down here, so we need to see displacement higher if we're going to see institutional sponsorship, that we're going to head higher here. So we want to see a big green candle here now. If we're to reverse, we want to see a big green candle. All right, there you go. Now we can look down for areas to go long. I would prefer we go down to this candle, but that is fine. This can serve as well. $23.50. Let's see how this fares here. And if it drops out, so be it. I was expecting us to be able to bounce from this, but if it's too heavy, then so be it. Add one more there. We want to see it supported here, otherwise it's going to drop down and take out relative equal lows here. Should be able to capitalize on that reversal there. And we'll keep our stops above here, but we should be able to now leg into shorts that take us down to that relative equal low sell side liquidity. We might see some retracements here. That's fine. But we're not seeing any higher highs being created. That's the key bit, right? We do have a fair value gap down here that we potentially could aim for. So we'll take one contract off then. And we have this consideration in mind that the liquidity void beneath us is supporting our draw lower. So whatever green candles I see, I will fade those. It does feel like it's a slow grind for sure. And now we can move our stops in profit and wait for terminus, which is the relative equal 16858.5 relative equal low sell side. Sorry, that should say low. We'll buy one more here when we make a lower low. De-risk about half of our position. All right, so then we can move our lows. Down here, we should see a pretty nice, big, fast movement candles down to those relative equal lows down there. And 16858.50 should be tagged shortly. We should be able to go through that, trade to it and through it pretty swiftly, is what we would expect here. And wait for it. Oh, look at that. It spiked down a little bit there, and we should see terminus in a moment now. It'll take trade to this and through it. So there you go. Turn that red trade around based on reading price action there. We could see, based on what was happening, we could see that highs were not being taken out. We were seeing heaviness to the downside. We took a return back to a mitigation within this segment here and headed lower there. So let's see. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of notes here. Phoenix 885, we get past that, it'll be a nice early gift. Yeah, absolutely. So we're heading towards the midnight open now, so keep in mind there's some sell stops here. We have not traded lower yet, this far lower. So there are some sell stops at that midnight open. Would look for price to start to stabilize around there at new week opening gap potentially, and go from there. So 885 till we get past that. Yeah, we got past that, fortunately. Like it a lot. Thank you, Phoenix. Good one, take profit. Good. I'm glad you're taking profit. Johnny, are you using Day's quarterly theory? No, I'm not. I have heard of Trader Day. I follow ICT pretty much to the book. And I'm excited about learning about the charter content. I'm going to consume that over break. But yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to look into Trader Day theory, quarterly theory. But I know a lot of that stuff, a lot of traders do look at. I just, it's not part of my lexicon, maybe not yet. But, oh, one thing I want to pull up here. So remember, this whole time I've been harping on this real-time hour gap, right? Remember, I was saying that maybe we can head down into, wait, what's going on here? Oh, I see. This is not the same. I need to copy this across. Like that. So on the hourly chart, remember I had mentioned that we would open with the real-time gap lower, and gaps like to be traded through, so I expect a retracement to the lower first, aiming for the midpoint between the real-time hour opening session high and low. So where are we right now? Are we at the midpoint? Let's see. Let's take a look. Look at where we traded to here. Let me make it easier on the eyes here. So note where we traded to right there. This is the midway point between the real-time session hour opening gap. Now, can we head lower? Yes, obviously. There's still liquidity down there. So we're going to watch this to see what happens here. And if we see a take, we basically took out 1, 2, 3 areas of sell side liquidity there. So if we go lower, we would need to see how price reacts here, because now we've created it on the lower time frame fractal. We've created a kind of like 3 drives pattern up on the 5-second chart. The 1-minute chart created another little bearish order block here that potentially could help us go lower. Kevin Zoo, good trade. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me scroll up to see if I missed anything. RG. Crap was using E-mini. Okay. Yeah, no problem there. Tradable surface for us. Take a sandbox area. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So that was good. Good turnaround there. We're gonna head to our next account and take a look and see what we're seeing here. So 5-second chart, nothing really crazy there. Don't need to go down the 1 second yet. We need to see how price reacts at this sell side liquidity, because this was a lot of sell side liquidity that was sitting here, right? Below us, we have a few short-term lows, but very small ones. So if we're going to trade lower, it's going to be to aim for this rejection block here. 16,793. Oh, maybe that's what I moved. Yeah, I see. That was a line there that I had accidentally moved. And that was it. 16793.75. Okay, cool. That's the line out. I had accidentally moved that earlier up higher. I was like, what is that line? So we see displacement now, right? At a key level. So now what you're looking for is you're looking for price to return back to discount. We see this as a move higher. We can leg into one here. And then if price heads back down, we can leg into another down here, but our stop has to be below this short-term low here. So we have to put our stop below this candle. I'm thinking we head back down here first. I would prefer if we headed down back here first, but maybe we're not going to get the chance to head back down there. All right, so we'll raise our stop here. We'll let price trade to this short-term high. And if we are fortunate to get a movement back down to here, we're going to move our sell stop to this relative equal high there. All right, so good. We got our trade stopped out there. And now we're looking for price to retrace into this fair value gap here. Now we're going to take an entry. And if it goes down further, we'll take another entry. But our stop again has to be below this fair value gap here. So we'll take another entry there as it returned back down into that fair value gap. Then we'll keep our sell limits up here. Came down. We can de-risk here as well, because if it heads lower, we can always re-enter. No big deal. We can take one off here if we want to de-risk, basically. And now our entire trade is de-risked after taking that short-term sell side or buy side liquidity there. If we trade back down, we don't really care. We'll keep our stop below this fair value gap here. Managing the trade on the 1 second time frame. Yes, absolutely. Crazy, right? But can you kind of see how smooth it looks though? If you look at it from a higher time frame, it gives you a smoothing of what price looks like there. And that's what I really enjoy, right? I really enjoy being able to do that. Because right now I can see that we have a breakaway gap here. If price trades back down to this gap, I expect it to be bought up. I don't expect us to break down from here, but it's very possible. Because this can serve as a bearish order block here, but I like this rejection block as a draw on liquidity though. I think we're going to head up to 16,907. But we need to reach above this high first, right? And we need to break far above that thing. There you go. So watch for this rejection block up here. Technically, I should keep my sell around there instead. Short-term low here. We should not see this traded back to. If it does, then it might be taking this bearish order block mean threshold and then reversing on us, but I would like to see it tick out those relative equal highs up here first, right? There's a 5 second chart. And on the 1 minute chart, there's a relative equal high rejection block up there that I want us to take out first. If we fail here and we don't take that out, well, we just traded pretty much to a bearish order block here, and we'll head south. But we did take out sell side liquidity there, so for that reason, I am looking for us to head up to a buy side imbalance, or sorry, a premium PD array or a premium area of liquidity. And that area of liquidity for me is this rejection block here. So we should see us take out that rejection block shortly. If we can get up there, of course. Let's see. There you go. So we took out that rejection block. Our trading day is done, basically. So note what that price went up to. Note the high of this candle at 16906.50. Note the high of this candle at 16906.75, right? Very, very, very precise. Very, very, very precise price action here. So hopefully that tape, if the tape reading's been good for you or entertaining or educational, insightful, drop me a like on the channel. Appreciate it. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see the chat. 853 out, order to cover. Nice, good job. 1 second. Not too bad, bro. How many points are you up on the day altogether? I don't know. I traded 4 different performance accounts. I can see the dollar amount, but I don't see the points up. It's like, you know, using 1 or 2 micros, I'm up maybe a 60 on one account, 194 on another account, 74 on a third account, and 96 on this account. So where do we go now is the core question, right? So we took sell side liquidity. What buy side liquidity is there? Well, the obvious one would be the one above this buy side liquidity right here at a high of 16971.25, right? So you can kind of see how we've weaved through this, right? You can see how you can make money whether you're short biased or long biased. I was long biased, so I made money on this run. I made money on taking this short down to sell side liquidity. We just made money taking it back up. So there's a lot of different, like, you don't have to be one biased. Like, you can trade within your bias, but you need to be nimble about it. When you're biased long, you need to be nimble about the shorts that you're taking, right? So we went to and one thing to note here, we take this swing here. Actually, it'll be better if we take the swing from the 15-minute, because then you can see it a little bit easier. So notice how we took the swing low, the candle close, all the way from the swing low to the current swing high. Where did we retrace back down to? We took this low all the way to the high. We retraced back down, straight past through this to take out sell side liquidity into none other than optimal trade entry. And then we've rejected from there and headed higher. So as we mentioned before, we've now shifted past this old mitigation block here. We are heading up to take out buy side liquidity, which would be the high of this candle 16947.25 is our next. And as a reminder to folks, remember I had mentioned we're aware that these short-term lows can serve as mitigation blocks. Boom, that hit, right? These served as mitigation blocks right there. Then we can head to the retracement to the midpoint between the real-time hour opening session gap. Did we get that? Yes, we did. We retreated from this open back down to the midway points of this gap, and now we are heading back higher. So where can we aim for? The obvious one is the buy side liquidity waiting above this old mitigation block here. I think we're going to head either to that segment or this sell side imbalance that's up here. If we head to that and we continue higher, there's relative equal highs up here that we can take and that we are potentially looking for on this end. So if we take that out, there's a good chance we're going to head up to 17,089. So shorts are getting murdered here. Let's see, Manfred Cooler, are you also on Discord, or can you shoot me a contact information? Yeah, so all of my socials are Johnny Lee Lin. If you go to my site, so if you go to Johnny Lee Trading, if you join this email list, I will I'll send another email out to everybody, just a end of the year update. I don't email this list very much, but you can come join this email list, and as long as your email is here, I will be able to communicate with you. And you know, you can always email me as well. I think I must not have it listed here, but I think my email is Johnny@JohnnyLeeTrading. I don't really check the email that often though, so just as a forewarning, if I don't get back to you, it's not that I'm ignoring you, it's that I spend the majority of my time elsewhere not checking emails. So generally I use that as more of a outreach to people so that you can, I'll email, probably my next email will be an email about some of the issues that I've encountered this year, some of the difficulties, not having made it to payout for quite some time. You know, those are really difficult mental, psychological things, right? So I'll probably email everyone at the end of the year, and wow, look at that movement here. So we came back down to a fair value gap there. And I can't tell if it's going to keep going or if it's going to bounce from there or not. So yeah, just you know, Manfred Kohler, I'll try to like check if you email me. I think it's Johnny@JohnnyLeeTrading.com. There's no guarantee I'll answer. I'll try, but I'm usually able to be found here or like on Twitter, or you know, on occasion I'll check IG, but I don't really use socials that much anymore. It's a distraction away from my trading. So yeah. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, tweet me. It's all my socials are at Johnny Lee Lin. And I think all the socials are here too. Let me see if you hover them, if it'll tell you. YouTube at Johnny Lee Lin, Twitter.com/Johnny Lee Lin, Instagram, Johnny Lee Lin, a public Facebook channel I don't use anymore really, a LinkedIn I don't use. So yeah, everything can be found on the JohnnyLeeTrading.com site. Facebook, you can try it. I'm not going to see Facebook, I'll be honest. Okay, so we just came down into this buy side imbalance here. So let's watch this closely because there's a high probability bullish order block down here. Um, 4-hour chart. Let's keep this in mind. 4-hour chart just closed half an hour ago, and we rejected from this bearish order block here. So we need to consider that either price is going to continue downwards and treat this as another combo of bearish order block and head towards this 16667 rejection block. Price could do that. Keep in mind, we haven't created any higher highs yet today. What does that tell you, right? So we want to keep relatively nimble here. And just stay careful going to the upside here, because we haven't created, yes, we took out sell side liquidity here, but we've been taking out sell side liquidity on every single fractal, and we've not made higher highs, okay? So you need to be aware of that. You need to be aware that we could take out this short-term low with the next run, right? Still a bit of my trading zone, but happy with the results. Green is green. Awesome, Phoenix. Yeah, kill it. Killing it. Let me see if there's any other questions from the channel. Oh man, so there's so many likes here. I appreciate the likes, everybody, and subscriptions as well. Thank you so much for subscribing. I know there's been a few of you who have subscribed today. I hope it's been insightful. I hope that my price reading, tape reading has helped you a little bit, even at that. Oil, let me see what's going on with this here. See if this oil trade can pan out as well. Okay, let's see. Come on, oil. Show me what you got. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly what I want to see. Let's see. Positive day, but open in Europe. Strange it was. Have a nice day, Jacques. Yeah, London was actually quite interesting. The typical 3 to 4 a.m. silver bullet was a tricky one to maneuver. You had to look for turtle soups in addition to the let's take a quick look over there. So yeah, London's open here was kind of difficult here because your silver bullet was right in this range here at that low of 16,869, and you should have taken that up to 16,879 basically, because that was the 10-point move, right? You're only guaranteed 10 points on NASDAQ. Now, had you looked for a turtle soup around this area, that would have been a little bit more promising, because you could have then taken this turtle soup here and you would have gotten in probably around 16,862, and you could have targeted the highest here, 16,880, so about 18 points or so. But it's still quite difficult there. Yeah. We do see that price ended up coming down into this fair value gap, which you could have then taken up from the low here, 16,867, or actually 16,867, up to around this high. You could have gotten out like around here, let's say 16,889. So 67 to 89 is 22 points. So 10-20 handles in those silver bullet areas are generally what you look for. Look at the nasty 5-minute candle. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, today was a little bit of weaving in and out, kind of dancing with the market. And I think this is the last live trading day that I'll be able to take. Oh no, what happened here? You get stopped out? You got stopped out. And then it just continues to rise. Thanks, oil. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, so all the accounts are in the green again. That's good. Let's see what we have here. $50622. That's good. So we are in the green there. We're in the green with second account there. In the green with the third account. Good. So we're all above the 50K marks and having some good progress here. Excellent. Okay, so we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to keep it going here. I think that we're gonna be done for the day because I need to go. Unfortunately, I have a couple of prior commitments here, so I'm gonna have to go offline. I know it's almost 11 o'clock, but I have my nieces and nephews coming in, so I have to go play with them a little bit. And I hate to leave when there's so many people watching. So 20 people watching, 28 likes. So grateful for everyone here, and appreciate you being here. I hope this was helpful. I will post a video recapping the day, talking through some of what I was seeing, why I took certain trades maybe. During the end of the day, I'll record that video and upload it, and I'll try to have that released by 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll try to schedule it, record it ahead of time and schedule it so that it can be released at 9 instead of like later. And then today's my last day of live trading. I might be able to trade a little bit tomorrow, but it's Friday. I don't know if I even want to trade Friday. But if I do trade, it'll be the last trading day of the year for me, as I have to travel from that point onwards. So I'll be out the rest of the year after tomorrow, and I'll actually be flying tomorrow too, so I might not trade more than the first portion of the day. But yeah, I think this is a good day to end on. If you haven't joined yet, go ahead and pop into go ahead and pop onto the email list. I'm not going to email. I don't email often. Like, anyone who's been on the email list can attribute to that. but I don't email often. But if you join this email list, I'll recap what I saw this past year. And what, you know, like we had just started YouTube in end of August, early September, and why I felt confident to do that and what we can expect for the coming year. So I'll send an email out to everybody and stay in contact that way. Outside of that, I am pretty much, let me see, done trading today. 44, 74, this is 96, and then 194. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good for a few micros here and there. The price has done exactly what we expected it to do. And just watch the outstanding liquidity void beneath us if price decides to just bite it and lead. Because what that means is that we've got movement down to this pink level here. That's the lower part of the opening session low, opening session range low. And then, of course, we've got some of these levels down here, with this rejection block being the next in mind if we lose this short sell side liquidity down here. All right, so let me hop. I'll actually be around, but let me go knock out some of my other errands today. We're nearing 11 o'clock anyways, so I would implore you as traders, if you haven't eaten breakfast already, go eat breakfast, you know? Go drink some water, stay hydrated. Make sure you can stay alive so you can trade tomorrow. Okay? See what else is out there. Okay. All right, I think that is it for me. I'll leave the stream on recording so we can record the price action today, but overall, pretty good day. We'll just continue to build up, you know, a couple dozens of dollars at a time until we get to the payout. Probably will get to payout within, I would imagine within the end of January is probably a good thing for, good goal to get the payout, I think. With micros, that's going to be the way that I go about things. I'll likely have to show trades after the fact. Like I probably won't be able to trade live. It'll probably have to be during market review. Just because there's too much stuff to be able to manage in 9 to 5 and pay attention to the chart, pay attention to the chat. It'll be a little bit different in the beginning of the year. Still love all y'all. I won't be necessarily, it will probably feel like I'm a little bit less available because of the job. But that is the nature of having a 9 to 5, you know. If you're gonna full-time day trade, you have to be able to take the day off, right? And be okay. So let's see. 2% gain for 2% risk. About 7% gain for 2% risk. 3% gain. 4% gained. So overall, pretty good. Let's see, what's the average of these then? So about 4% gain today for 2% risks, 2 for 1. Not bad. Phoenix still trading here. Be careful, be careful. It's consolidating within this range, so the ranges are only going to get smaller here. Friday, you've got news at 8:30 a.m., so that's where your volatility will come into play. And then at 10 a.m., you'll have revised U of M consumer sentiment. So, yeah, that is it. You got to see some drawdown today. You got to see me break my way out of it while staying mentally sound and clear. You got to witness some really unique price action tape reading with the lower time frames as well. You got to experience the way that price weaved in and out of taking buy side liquidity, then aiming for sell side liquidity, and then consolidating afterwards, right? So you got that experience today. And yeah, I think that tomorrow we'll see what happens. We'll see if we stay in this range, great. If not, then no big deal. We'll see where we go Friday. It's highly likely that that Wednesday high will remain as the high of the week unless we get something on Friday that just blows it out of the water. But we'll see, right? We're seeing some pretty big sell-offs here, but we're still seeing it creep up. There's a lot of sellers up here that price, the algorithm's looking at and saying, ooh, that's juicy. Let me go feed on some of those buy side liquidity there for smart money to go long or to go short into potentially. So I could definitely see that. My bias still is to the upside overall. The hourly is just one big like up down candle, nothing crazy. 4 hours got some time to go. And the weekly is still green. If we end green this week, I would be surprised, but that would be 8 green weeks in a row, which is unprecedented. How do we calculate percentage gain? Yeah, it's it's the size of your account, right? So you might get a 50,000 what's labeled as a $50,000 account, but what's your actual account size? It's 2,500, right? That's your drawdown. That's your maximum drawdown, that if you hit that drawdown, you blow the account, right? So that's why in my risk calculator, which, by the way, you can also get if you go to my playlists, you go to this full playlist. I need to add the lessons here, but if you go to funded account risk management video here, download link is below here. So if you go to this link specifically, I've released a new version of the risk calculator itself. This will take you to the risk opt-in. If you're already an email on my email list, it's fine. You'll just be taken to this and you can enter your email once more. But you'll be able to get taken to a download link after that. And what'll happen is it'll take you to something like this, where now you can say, hey, what is my tick value? Okay, it's either 0.5 for micro NASDAQ or it's $1.25 for micro ES. There's 4 ticks per this particular instrument. If I want my max loss percentage to be changed. Maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 2%. You notice how the values change here. And this gives you an idea, hey, for my account size, what's a 2% risk? It's $50. And what this means is how many handles can you lose to hit that loss of $50? Well, if you're using 2 contracts, it's going to cost you 12 points to get down there. Likewise, at the very bottom, you can kind of see, hey, for the number of contracts used, if you go 10 handles, what's your profit? 20 handles, what's your profit? 30 handles, what's your profit, right? So there's a profit calculator further down below on this to give you a sense of, hey, how much can I gain if I target certain things? So at the end of the day, go to this video here. The link to download that lesson is down here in this lesson 2, funded account risk management. And that's how you can calculate what you're risking. And then of course your amount total, I use 2,500 because that's the size of the account drawdown that I can hit before I lose the account or blow the account. Okay. And I just added the 2 new how to chart cleanly accounts to the lessons there in the blue, so you can also review those as well. Again, not really. In general, we're still seeing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and seeing sell side being taken. So that is one heck of a fast drop there. That's 20 points within the span of seconds there. Let's draw this out. We came back down to the low of that buy side imbalance, though. Note that. And we saw a displacement. So let's see if it respects this or if it just completely disrespects it and heads lower. If you see displacement above this short-term high, that's what you're going to be looking for if you are a bull. If you are a bear, you're looking at this as a return to bearish order block here and then continuation lower. This is what it looks like on the 1 minute time frame. Looks like I have to get going now, so apologies, I do need to get going, so I'm gonna shift over to the main page here and lower my mic here. So thank you very much for watching. I'll try to come back in the afternoon session if I can, but if not, we'll catch up a little bit later today. Safe trading, everyone. Beware, it's close to 11, so if we are heading lower, keep an eye out for that 16,793.75, this area here. All right, take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'll be back as soon as I can. All right. We are back. I need to wipe my mouth. Got a little bit of oil from lunch on this. All right, so keeping an eye on this right now. We're at 2 o'clock. I'm skeptical of this suspect run up, and I'm looking for any indications that we are going to be heading downwards, but we do have, it's hard to tell right now because we're right in the middle of both ranges. So with this kind of looks like a change in state of delivery here. We haven't had a lower low yet, but we are at a 15-minute fair value gap. On the hourly, there is remaining some room to the upside that we haven't filled out yet. Real-time hour chart. Look at this. We've opened here. We've closed through a decent chunk of this gap, at the very least to this opening candle here, and we bounced up from there. So we haven't had a candle close through this gap. This whole area is a real-time hour volume imbalance, so it can still trade candle close through all of this. So I'm watching to see either price rejects from here and rejects relatively quickly, or price, oh, I'm not on screen, huh? So either price rejects from here and rejects really cleanly to continue, or we start to head up towards these areas of liquidity that we see here. Not guaranteed, but again, this is pretty tough where we're at right now. I can't get a good grasp based on this kind of price action. I can't get a good grasp of where it wants to go, but if we do see some big lower time frame displacements, then I may be inclined to see price head down to the short side. But considering, let's consider our 4-hour chart, right? So we came down through to this fair value gap, which formed down here. We came down to it and then traded back up during this last 4-hour candle. And now during this most latest 4-hour candle, we are still in this in-between zone. So there's nothing that is really high probability now. We need to wait. There's stories which can be made for both sides, right? Down close candle here, down close candle here. This down close candle could potentially be closing within this area as well for us to take us higher. Yeah, I don't see anything yet. So we wait. There's definitely been some plays here and there, but they're no more than 5 handles at a time. Maybe 7 handles at a time. Not really much to write home about, you know. You take those, you're going to be eaten up in commissions, basically. So yeah, I don't see anything super clear right now. What I do see is that buyers bought back when we went down below Asia range midnight opening price. Buyers bought that up very quickly. This no longer constitutes sell side. We need to shift this down here now. as our sell side has changed. The sell side low is 16,814.50. So we're going to change our sell side. And I actually need to see if this sell side truly is so this sell side happens to be paired with a 15-minute fair value gap. There's nothing on the 4-hour chart there except for in between. Let me see if there's anything on the hourly. Okay, so there happens to be a fair value gap down where that sell side liquidity is as well, coupled with a bullish order block there actually. We traded down into that gap once already, and we've traded up from there on the hourly chart. So I imagine we end up staying within this range here. If anything, heading higher to take out some of these buy stops, as we've been taking out sell stops on the way down here so far with a slow grind up. Body, I think so too. You articulate the market well. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. 945 subs. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. 3 down, 3 to 872. So you're taking some small scalps there. Let's see. Let me get some water in here. Take a look at some other time frames. Yeah, I mean, I think if we were actually going to head lower, we would need quite a lot of movement lower. We would need some really marked move down to the downside. We can see that all today, even from Asia to London, buy side has been pretty much well protected. And we're not certain if there's going to be any sort of random major price runs now. So I don't know what's going to happen here yet. It's tough to tell when it's in here, and when it's tough to tell, or if I can make a case for both sides, we sit still. Be disciplined. Don't take any trades. Just watch price as price unfolds. some water. Make sure you're well hydrated. Can't read the markets if you don't have enough water flowing through you. Be like water, my friends, as the great Bruce Lee says. All right. So it's having a tough time reaching above some of the lower time frame buy side. It's creating relative equal highs right this moment on the buy side. Hmm. 5-minute bullish order blocks have been respected for the most part, barring this weird spike down. Clear up a couple of things here so we can see some price a little bit better. Move this out to 5 o'clock. You see that there's a short-term high here and a slightly higher one right above it. This is a safer one to aim for. Or is that high here? 16913.25. Still no guarantee that it'll head higher. As you can see, it's rejected from here a bit. Just keep in mind that there are relative equal highs sitting waiting on the lower time frames. I'll try and draw that blue line out to illustrate what I'm seeing here. We're starting to see price dip down a little bit. Again, like this doesn't constitute displacement. Like this would have been something nice for us to take. So that low here of 16,851.25 could have taken that to the high of 16,878. So that's about 27 points right there. Or if you were going to sit through this whole grind up to this bearish order block here, then that could have been an option as well. But I like these little runs like that here. 10-20 points tops in the afternoons.
no major runs as we wait for price to kind of peter out. So we should head to take out those relative equal highs. We just took out a few sell side liquidities. We went down to the body of a large candle there. I wouldn't consider these to be bullish order blocks, but these are down close candles on the way up. I do consider them to be that. Again, nothing really happening during this afternoon session right now after a giant range day. Kind of to be expected after all. So nothing to do but be patient. Look for the last, 45 from 3:45 to 4 o'clock. Let's look to see where price decides to go around that time, as there's an end of day macro that oftentimes will run. All right, I'm gonna try and finish this rice. Ugh. Hmm. Will it break it here? No way. It's gonna touch that exactly again and just sit there? Okay. It broke out of that. And see price continuation. The upside. Again, the only thing that I see on the hourly so you can see it now, but this is here at this candle's open 16,941. That is buy side liquidity, meaning that is a rejection block that we can reach out for. Huh. It's hard to see these. Kanye is building a 100,000 acre startup city in the Middle East. Mm. That rundown. What's at 895? Oh man. It was like watching paint dry. Not seeing heavy movement. Far away price target. Mm. I don't know, man. That disrespected the 15-minute sell side imbalance pretty well. dynamically moving some of the lower time frame levels. So I can see what kind of range we're dealing with. So far, we can easily tell we came down into this buy side imbalance and have not come back to it yet. But one thing I'm noting is that there's a 16.814 relative equal low. Still saw liquidity here. We traded through it already, but yeah, does this look like something you'd want to be trading in? This doesn't to me. Uh, all right. I'm gonna go off screen real quick. I need to knock something out real quick. We're gonna wait off screen for a little bit. My eyes are hurting a little bit, so need to stop looking at the screen for a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, looking at this price here, it doesn't seem very fun to trade in, right? Unless you're using a very low time frame and looking at structures on the super low time frame, you're not gonna be finding a lot of plays that are huge numbers, right? Even if we take the look at this low to high here, 16,892, 16,666. It's a range of about 30 handles, and it's a high resistance movement to all of them. So the only way you might have been able to survive is by taking turtle soups and getting out at internal range liquidity. But you're also going to get eaten up with commission costs too. Let's see what happens at 250 to 310 macro, and then what happens at the 345 till 4 o'clock macro. Sometimes it's safer to be risky. Yeah, it looks like we took that buy side liquidity out there. I don't think it's safer to be risky, but excuse me. All right, so we're gonna be reaching for this area next, 16,913.25. If we get there. Just keep in mind, there's also a sell side imbalance that we're in right now here. Excuse me. These are low resistance liquidity runs. This is what, or sorry, high resistance liquidity runs. So yeah, there's a lot of room here. We can't really tell what place it wants to go down. And so we're not taking any trades right now. On the 15-minute, there's a little bit of, basically there's a relative rejection block that we're entertaining right now. So we need to watch out for that. Again, this is not a run that I want to be on. But I need to see what happens after it takes that buy side liquidity there. Should reach up into there, but because it's also at a 15-minute projection block, it could also die here too. So too many factors on both the upside and the downside. I would not feel comfortable taking a scalp here because there's just not enough volume. Four-hour candle had a down close here. Technically with a 4-hour we are still waiting on price to tell us which direction it's going to go. Does look like it's going to creep up to this 16,913.25. That's the next draw on liquidity on the lower time frames. Doesn't have to get there, but that's the next one. We're already at a 15-minute rejection block too, so keep that in mind. I feel bad for anybody who was trying to take a 2 minute or a 2 to 3 p.m. silver bullet. That's would have been a really tough one to take if you didn't have any lower time frames than the 1 minute. I'm running this short-term high over to see if price bounces at that high or if we trade through or not. Excuse me. Keep in mind this whole movement down, this is only 10 points. Very, very small movement here. So we have price reacting off of that level here. All right, we're starting to see a little bit of animation to the downside. So you need to see price support at this down close candle next. And that high is 16884.50. This up here. It's like the 4 hours, even only really respecting this one up here. This is the one that most people are most curious about. This is the one that matters. It's on the 4-hour chart. That's a short-term high. So let's put that out. 5 o'clock. So not much time left, 2:51. All right, so we bounced off that as a mitigation block on the lower time frame charts. But not by much though. Very muted bounce. That's something in my eye. Yep, so we did not see a run like we did yesterday. Yesterday's run at 2 p.m. was epic of epic proportions. That was wild. So it's only natural that we get some confusion of what direction price wants to head towards today, right? There's some really nice swings though. Especially that drop going into noon. That was one heck of a drop there. Would I have known it was gonna go dropped? No. That this price action is in the middle of a major range, so we can't really like trust. Because like, would you feel confident? Like, look at this. We're in the middle of this range. We're in the middle of this range. And we're in the middle of this range too, or maybe the premium side of this range. Notice how we traded to this opening 16,901, wicked up above there a little bit, and then headed down. So note that. So now we're looking how it responds at 16,884.50, which is the 15-minute candle here. Phoenix, what? Not sure what you mean, but what does the 893 plus 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 times 6 mean? Does that mean that you are long at 893? Is that what the plus 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 means? Not sure I understand that one. I'm assuming so, but I want to understand, so. Pushing over 3 digits every day with 6 contracts. Nice job. So we've dropped down below that mitigation area. We're within this range here, so I imagine we go down to these relative equal lows down here. So far on this run, only buy side has been taken still. Sell side has seldom been taken. You can see that to be true down here. We only saw a little bit of sell side taken here. Right there. This sell side was barely taken. This sell side was taken, but then this sell side was not taken. Not taken. Not taken as well. But now it looks like we're starting a trend where we're seeing price heading down. Plus 893. Yes, that means going. Okay. Oh, SS will be short. 893. Just letting you know my crazy signals. Plus long. Okay, SS short. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that, Phoenix. So now we're looking at price is headed to this area here. We're seeing some displacement on the lower time frames. Do I trust it? No, absolutely not. But we are seeing a little bit of a run towards the end here. So we just took sell side really quickly there. We've seen these runs down to pick up some more orders, but the key thing you need to also watch out for is, do these prices, do they sustain the run down, right? Do we take these short-term lows out down here? And if the answer is no, then you have to be quite careful about these runs, right? Because people probably tried to go short after that, seeing that movement there. And the market's like, well, hold on. So we need to see how this 15-minute candle closes. If we close below the 50% mark of this down close candle, if we close below 50% of that, I would be curious to see prices head lower. But so far, we've just done nothing but create another relative equal low down here. So this low is what? 16,867.50. This low is 16,867.25. So it barely ticked lower, one tick lower. It may pop up. In my opinion, yes, run to get money from retail. Yes, absolutely. That's what this afternoon is meant for. I mean, this is not a fun one. $879, you're long there. We want to see this 15-minute close above this 50% mark. We don't want to see a sudden spike down and see this close below. So we have about 10 seconds left on the close. There you go. So looks like we'll be fine on that candle close for now. That doesn't mean this next candle won't do it, though. So we are still smack dab in the middle of a range here. keep in mind, we do have this price range here, and this spike up as well. This range right now is what we're working in right this moment. And it's really difficult to tell what direction it's trying to run in. So we need to wait. I would recommend waiting until seeing if there's a 3:45, 3:50 p.m. to 4 o'clock macro, and see if it's going to run for any obvious draw on liquidity. Right now on the hourly, there's two obvious ones. There's one up here, right, in the breaker, and there's one down here at the base of this 4-hour candle, sorry, on the 4-hour chart, at the base of the new week opening gap. Our premise could be that the high has been created for the week. There's a 70% chance that the high has been created for this week, and that high would have been Wednesday's high up here, that 17,073.5 buy side. So that is very much so potential premise currently. Honestly, go to the 4-hour or even the daily. Higher time frames really don't lie that much because it takes a lot longer time for those setups to occur. Let's see, Sam bot. Y'all trade in the afternoon. I'll trade wherever there's a setup, and wherever there's a clean setup of that. This is not clean. This type of price action is not clean. This price action is clean. This not so clean. This kind of clean, but not super clean. So, gotta pick and choose your battles. We are in the middle of a range here, so be very careful. I would not be entering into trades right now. Let price tell you, show you what direction it wants to head to. We haven't been creating lower lows. That's one thing. So we had seek and destroy. In the afternoon, we had seek and destroy after we had the run down, right? We headed to midnight open. We were bullish, so buying below midnight open was ideal, but this would have spiked out pretty much all buys right there. And then it was a slow grind up from here. Yeah. So the question is Phoenix, you have to also ask, like, hey, 879. So that was right around here. So the question was, like, why is your stop so light? If you're going long here, you need to be able to withstand a price run below this short-term low, 16,867.25, if there's a setup there. Now, going down to the 5-second chart, we see that there actually was a setup there, but the entry would have been closer to 16,876.25, and the stop loss would have been below this fair value gaps candle. Now, granted, that entry of 16,876 would have netted you about 10, maybe close to 20 handles. Oh, no, 10, 15 handles there. And done fine, but you wouldn't have been able to tell that on the 1-minute chart. So the real question is why was 879 a good place to enter for you? It's a rhetorical question. I'm not asking it for a response, but that is something that I think that instantly comes to mind as to why enter there. Was there a reason to enter there? What did you see when you were entering there? I wasn't looking down, and that is where you come to assist Phoenix. I won't be here forever, unfortunately. After today, my live trading days are pretty much very limited until I take PTO next, which is not gonna be a while. Um, Even on the 1 second chart, you can kind of see how this candle showed displacement above. We've gone long anywhere there. And you could have exited 10 handles right there. Maybe a little bit more. This, riding through all of this would have been quite difficult though. So here we have relative equal lows. So there's a good chance that those are going to get taken out. Think we sell? No, Kevin, I don't have an idea, a good idea as to what's going to happen here. We're in the middle of a whole bunch of different ranges, and I can make a case for both buy side and sell side. I don't have a bias right now. It's difficult to read, so I'm staying on the sidelines until price tells me otherwise. I'm going to wait for the 3:50 p.m. macro, 3:45, 3:50 p.m. macro, and see if it wants to run either back down to fair value gap or to the new week opening gap. Because it traded up to this mitigation block, and I want to see if it wants to take that out and then take this out here as well. $16,793 is a rejection block too on the 4-hour. So I'm wondering if price wants to head down there. We still have room. Keep in mind, we still have room below that short-term low from today. The one that was created at 130. Here. So below that low, we actually still have a segment of the real-time hour liquidity void where price had no action. Price is traded up. There's still technically a liquidity void down there. Let me see what the other charts are doing. Well, I need to change these. Changing some of my data values right now while we wait for price to tell us where it's going to go. Nothing strange on the higher time frame. All indices are in concert with each other right this moment. Save my workspace. You see what is dollar doing today. The dollar has been a little ugly today. We saw that run up where dollar spiked down, so we saw price move up, and then we saw price kind of like consolidate. When dollar's in consolidation, this is kind of what we get here as well, right? So let's see, 330, dollar started to drop down, which coincidentally happened to coincide with the movement up. So dollar's been creeping down all the way until now, and now it's we see prices heading upwards. Yeah, Kevin, sorry man, I tried to warn you, man. This is really difficult to read here. If I can't get a clear read as to what price wants to do, you know? Yes, I see relative equal lows down there, but we haven't really created a lot of sell stop takes. We very rarely here we've seen them from this afternoon session. Doesn't mean it still won't happen, but look at that 15-minute mark. Just hit a 5-minute rejection block there as well. So it hit a 5-minute rejection block there. Let me see what that looks like on the lower time frame. So it kind of hit that rejection block right there, and then we saw price on the lower time frame reject a little bit. TBD on if it's going to head lower, but I wanted to see what that looked like. Phoenix, thank you. That's what happens when you trade without partners and trading. Yeah. Once you get good enough though, once you really backtest though, you see it. Like I promise you, you'll see it. You just have to spend time. It just takes time and concentration, obviously. 315. Let me see what's on the economic calendar again for tomorrow. So for tomorrow, there's really just a 30 a.m. core PCE price index and 10 a.m. U of M. So that should give some morning session traders plenty to work with before the afternoon. Let's look at the 4-hour. So 4-hour, we've got the candle body has still remained slowly, but it is surely overtaking the body of the previous 4-hour candle. Does not mean anything to me right now. We saw the clear movement yesterday. We saw the movement up to this mitigation block today, and we saw it head back down to sell side liquidity as well. So we were okay with taking those large plays, but once we saw price move both directions, we knew there's going to be a little bit of strife. I don't know if there's going to be a play in the last 10 minutes. I really don't. So it could consolidate. It's hard to tell. But within this consolidation, my guess is it takes out my gut feeling is that it takes this buy side out once more, and probably heads back down to take out those relative equal lows there. That's my gut instinct, because we have Wick City, pretty much Wick City up here too. Relative equal highs. There's a rejection block up here that we could trade to. Short-term high, short-term high, short-term high, short-term high. So there's a high. This is what is a high resistance liquidity run. All right. So you see it took that area of liquidity, 3:19 p.m. Okay. Next one is this high, 16,921. Got your money back. Nice job, Phoenix. We're starting to see some price spooling upwards. Each one of these highs, if you have a position, I would recommend you take some off, because any single one of these highs can serve as buy side liquidity. So in fact, even this one here, this high of 16,913, got 25. That could also serve as a high. Or rather, a buy side liquidity, BSL. Again, like nothing in this matches any model that I would take. Yes, it is part of a market maker buy side buy model. Currently, it is rather, but this is just a high resistance liquidity run. There's nothing outside of that. Check something here. Okay. Let's see. Plus 907. $324 right now. Price could continue inching up until we head back to that rejection block or until we head up to that mitigation block. I do not want to be a part of any of this right now. Which is why I'm not a part of this at any of this right now. 19, 14. Nice. Good work. Good 7 handles there. Solid. Man, Phoenix, you are in and out all day. I am so curious what your commission costs are. Must be a lot, dude. I don't know. You seem to be in and out a lot. Nice. Getting used to 6 contracts. That's good. That's really good. My accounts do not allow me to risk more. Only in really special circumstances do I feel like risking more is a value add, and you saw some of those in the previous day. But you need to be quick to recognize price spools, especially on market maker sell models on second leg of distributions. Those are probably the only ones that are safe to add to really quickly. See how slow this, even if this is a market maker buy model, see how slow it's going? It's just way too slow. Like, no trader would want to sit here and just, like, dick around all day here, myself included. I'm only doing this because I'm forcing myself to watch price because this is the last day I can watch price so avidly for the rest of the year, since I have to work tomorrow. Oh boy. On YouTube, I'm seeing these people try to be Bitcoin crypto gurus or furus. That's not good. We are likely hitting a top on that for the time being. If I'm seeing a lot of that on YouTube, that's not good. I kind of wish that I would just unfollow everyone. Oh wow, he just bursted up. All right, so finish that segment. Now, of course, this is the next one here. We burst through that one. Then the next item will be up here. And then, of course, if we get above there, then we end up seeing some pretty interesting movement. What is that? Oh, that's a rejection block. I actually have that. Remove that. That was a nice little run up there. All right, so we're past the premium Sibi low once more. So we need to see how price reacts here. And if we head up to take out the old short-term highs that we see up there. Watching price here. That was one heck of a spike up. So we reached a weekly Sibi low again. This value here. And that was one nice second tail of distribution on the market maker buy model there. But all of this not fun to sit through by any means. Nor would this be a part of my model to say, hey, we're already in a premium. It's time to get that last leg. And let's see. So right now, price is still hovering just below that weekly SIBI low. And I imagine that if we are treating this as part of if we're treating this as part of our original consolidation, then we should start to target that 17073.5. Nice. 100 away from 1K. Killing it. Oh no, you had a TQQQ option that went south. I think given enough time, TQQQ would be okay to get calls on at some point, but those are in general, leveraged ETFs are in general made to decay over time. You would need a massive sell-off in order for that to be profitable. So it's kind of like the VIX. You need to, if you're going to get calls on the VIX, you need to buy enough time to be able to handle the theta burn every single day. All right, let's see one more push up to that short-term high we see up there. One last play here. And we want to see it head up to this short-term high up here. So we should see it run up once more. But it does look like it's still gonna peak over there. All right, so we've come down a little bit. (3:40 p.m.). So we should start seeing the macro soon. And I think we're gonna head up to aim for that short-term high here at 16,958.75. They're building a resistance here, but I imagine we take that out as it's so close to the mitigation block as well. In fact, we're probably going to take that mitigation block high out, to be honest. But we'll see. Thesis here is that We haven't finished the market maker buy model because we haven't reached above that 17,073 buy side liquidity. I do believe that they're gonna try to take this and blow out shorts one last time, but I mean, let's see. Let's see. We can go either direction, obviously, but my thesis is that we head higher to blow out shorts first and finish off this market maker buy model. If we drop from here, then so be it. I mean, it is what it is, but about 17 minutes left remaining. So this starts to make people think that that this might be a ceiling here potentially. These relative equal highs up here might be resistance. We did reach this rejection block here, so that's one consideration there. It doesn't necessarily have to go higher, but I think as a terminus, generally you'd see price peak up above short-term highs as waiting and resting liquidity. And that short-term high is no exception. $45. $345 right now. So as you can see, price is running back through some of those late shorts here. And we should see it spool in either direction, but really I'm thinking that it spools up for those short-term highs that we left up there. Interesting move, isn't that? Isn't that quite an interesting move that we just saw there? So price just took out all those highs there, and we'll see where it pushes towards next. Could it possibly be 16,958.75? I guess we'll find out. So if you went long on that movement from if you went long, this would have been the right place to go long, is right around here. So target is, of course, this area up there. And we should see some movement now. I imagine it should take out that high. It's very, very close to that short-term high, so I can't imagine it doesn't spool up there and take that out. That's a area of resting liquidity from the morning. So it went back to a volume imbalance on the 1 minute time frame. You can see it just bounced off of that 1 minute volume imbalance here, right there. Oops, that's not the one. So went to pick up some more orders there and took out some weak longs there. And we'll give it, we're in the final 10 minutes here, so we should see price start to spool and head higher. I think the true target is that old mitigation block, as well as the short-term high that's sitting above that, but we'll see. Price continues to head back down to that volume imbalance, and you can kind of see price continue to spool. So that just took out all of the outstanding late longs, and we should see us spool all the way back to the short-term highs up there. And at 16,958, we should hit that target. That'll be our take profit. And it should even spool higher than that. I anticipate it spooling even higher than that take profit level, but that's a relatively safe take profit level because it has been sitting there as stasis, stable liquidity for quite some time. And there you go. So we just took profit there. Oh, whoops, that was on the wrong account. Let me see if I can show. Is this showing entries? I don't know. Okay, so we have entry there. We got stopped out in profit there. We re-entered just as it bounced off of the weekly, and then we exited right at the top there. So an extra $50 off of that 10 handle run there. And as I mentioned, I expected to go even higher, but we wanted to take the low-hanging fruit, so we did. What did we trade up to? I said that we were going to head back up to that old mitigation block, right? I do think that it's going to target this short-term high up here before the end of the day. Just because that will, and I think it'll probably go higher than that even, but maybe if it doesn't hit it today, then perhaps throughout the Asia session. So So I think that we can certainly head up to that short-term high. It doesn't have to, though, during this session. I'm just thinking that from a price spooling perspective, likely it will head up to this high here. And then what we have to see is we have to see price continue in Asia and London to take out this premium consequent encroachment followed, or sorry, this hourly buy side liquidity followed by the 17089 premium SIBI consequent encroachment. So yeah, these are some signatures that you start to see once you've watched price a little bit for quite some time. I didn't feel comfortable seeing this move. I wanted to see evidence of market maker buy model finish off, because this move down, it could have just continued to do that, right? It could have just continued to kind of like squeeze downwards until I saw displacement up here. Then I can look for consolidation, and especially if it's consolidation at the second leg of a distribution of a market maker buy model. Those are when you typically get some really nice juicy pumps there. Yeah, you need to have the experience in order to go, let's pick me up north. Yeah, good job, got your late trade, awesome. Sambot, where's your position? Looks like I was on the wrong one. I was trading a different account. So added doubled that. So I had 50 something earlier, 60 something earlier. Now we're up to 104 for that account, so that's good. Good enough for today. So as you can see, we've headed up to the mitigation block now. We can remove this, we can remove this. It's no longer salient, but we, in the final 6 minutes, I imagine we'll continue. All right, so hopefully that was good. We saw a price. Actually, one thing I want to show you is there was a pretty nasty drop down here. So had you not kept your stop below this swing low, you would have gotten stopped out with this rundown first. So this is a late stage Judas swing. As we go into the final 10-minute macro, right? So this swing alone, and you would have seen this signature on the second time chart. You could have seen this here. This swing alone, you still would have been able to pick up 10 handles had you entered on that fair value gap here on the 1 second time frame. You would have, I don't know if you would have gotten filled there, but you probably wouldn't have gotten filled there, honestly, because that was right on the money there. So if you had had the order in for quite some time, you might have gotten tagged if it was a small enough order, but that's just goes to show you how price is fractal. You can kind of see how we have the last end of day macro kind of tip its hat to us by taking out sell side first and then heading higher from there, because there are no more, there's some sell limits from buy orders that started here. There's some sell market orders here that smart money pairs its longs with, goes in there, heads long, heads to that mitigation, and then now it's kind of just dilly-dallying around there. Stick to one. Let's see. The road to the top takes lots of time. If you're jumping from one chat room to another and another, trying this and that, and change some more in the middle, find yourself back in the middle. Yes. We don't like the middle, that's for sure. We do not like the middle, and that's why we like to look for signatures that tip us off that we are going to end up rushing for a particular direction. So we wait. All throughout that, we waited. So stick to one chat room, find a mentor who trades live. You'll be on the road to money. Well, I might not be that mentor. I by no means am I a mentor, but I do trade live sometimes. In the new year, I will probably not be able to trade live. I will probably have to trade off screen and then do market recaps of those trades during the day. And then I'll have to mark out what I see on the charts live. I'll have to come back during break times and say, oh, this is what's forming. Let's see what happens here. So I'll have to do something like that. So you're going to see a little bit more markings on the 1 minute chart, I would say. Whatever's salient to what we're looking at the time. We can now safely, obviously, we don't need these anymore. This short-term low, that can stay. I mean, we're not going to use that yet, but it can stay there. And yeah, that is it for today. We are at the last leg of the final minutes here of the day. And I think that is it. So we should see it spike up to take out that final buy side liquidity here, which is at 16,971.25. So this one here, we should see a spike that up, I would imagine, in the after hours potentially. Maybe it doesn't, but I don't know. So moving into the end of the year, this is the last session to day trade with me here live. I'm going to be working, of course, so I can't trade live, unfortunately. I will have sessions where I have annotations. So I'll make sure to have annotations of like, I'll draw out BISIs. I'll see like kind of like how I did here. I will try to draw out some of the core key levels that I am looking at. And so if I keep my levels out here, you'll notice that I'm looking for buy side here or sell side here. And I'll continue to keep my bias available. And I'll try to keep this going so that we can get a sense of where I think the market is going still. And then we'll just continue that way moving into the forward. I'll do a market recap and I'll post that video at 9 o'clock Eastern every night. Hopefully that's early enough for folks. I could even post it earlier, schedule to post it earlier. So maybe I'll aim to post it by 8:30 if I can. So it'll be easier for me to do that market review when I get home from work. I can do that market review video, set it to upload at a specific time, and then people can watch that on their own time in the evening, and then we can wake up. I can get some sleep so that I'm not I'm not doing a bad job at work and doing a bad job at trading. And then we can go live. We'll still record price action during the day. I'll still do that, but I won't be physically like on face to face like this anymore coming to the new year. So we'll just continue to stack up some cash. Today was a pretty nice day. Nothing too crazy. About 468 today, so nothing too crazy. That's about 4.5, 4.6%. So I like that. Nice. Ready for the evaluations. Awesome. Very good. Very good. Okay, so we'll let price continue on and record until 5, as I want to record the entire price action. But I think that is it for me today. I'm going to go ahead and get off screen. We'll finish recording. We'll close it out at 5 o'clock once price action starts or stops. And then we will be online tomorrow, but in a uh, similar vein of what New Year is going to be like. So I will be not on screen, but I will be here. I will be uh, I will not be having this from now on. I'm not going to be having this tray open, just because I can't be trading when there's work, when I'm on a work day. There's I can report core price action to take a look at later, but I can't physically like show the trades that I'm trading, even if it's during a break, just as out of respect for my employer. So I'll be recapping the trades from the day afterwards, and yeah, I think that's it for me. And thank you very much for watching these lives in over December. I hope it was helpful. I hope it was insightful and educational potentially. And yeah, thank you very much for listening in and for all the support. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, with that, we'll catch up in the new year. Obviously, I'll be here chatting tomorrow, but after that date, there will be no more recordings until the new year. So um, I'll be out of the country, and hopefully, you all take some time to rest up as well, um, and take some time to see your loved ones. And yeah, I think that's it. Have a great rest of the day. I'll do a video review. I'll try to post it by 8:30 or 9 o'clock today. And we'll touch points tomorrow, just in the morning. So yeah. Phoenix AVS, thank you. I'm glad I found you, boss. Oh no. I'm glad that you decided to stay. Really glad you decided to stay. I think that's really key, because I remember you were one of the first ones here. I need to screen cap some of these other ones too. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Oh no, I love it. Is whatever it takes to help you see price better, like if posting helps you think through your price better, then great. I think that you certainly need to be able to articulate your own reasons why you're entering, and I think that's really key. So if posting that helps, then phenomenal. I will be trying to post on the text on the actual chart itself so that it can remain in the video. I'm just not as quick as ICT at that, so I will try to do that as well. So yeah, with that, trading is lonely. It can be, but we'll be on social media too anytime. Like if you use Twitter, tweet at me at Johnny Lee Lin. If you are, definitely contact and touch base with me there, or I'll send out email from time to time. But yeah, I mean, as long as we know that we're all on the same goal, that's really what matters, that you know that you're on the same goal, you're looking to get financially free, but you're looking to learn how to be a good trader first and foremost. So yeah, it all relates to what we are trading. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right. So I think that that is good. I think 450 from trading micros is incredible. If we are trading, so what's kind of crazy, so okay, so think about this. This is from us trading micro contracts. When our risk allows for it, and we're trading regular NASDAQ contracts, this is going to be 10 times that. So $450 today in micros is going to be $4,500 in NASDAQ full contracts. And that's going to be easy because it's the same price action, whether you trade micro contracts, whether you trade E-minis, micro E-minis, it's all the same. So scaling is not going to be a problem. Reading price action and building that skill is really going to be what you have to do first. Once you secure that, it's just a matter of risking as little as you can to build the account over time. So insert name here. When trading, you should have a group for comms, but having too many people can defeat the goal. Yeah, absolutely. When I first started trading on YouTube, I would see a bunch of people saying, "Oh, hey, I'm short when I was long, or I'm long when I'm short." That can be very distracting. It's tough. I want to keep up with the YouTube chat. Sometimes I just can't because I'm too zoned in now. I've learned that whoever is shouting, crying foul in the chat, they might be right, but at the end of the day, you need to trade your own plan. So that's why I try not to bias anybody too much. I have my bias written up on the screen, obviously. Am I right 100% of the times? No, but I'm getting to the point where I'm right more times than I am not right. And so when that happens, that's really a key indication that I'm starting to read price action a little bit more accurately. And so I don't really care what any of you puts into the chats. I look at it, I will acknowledge it, but I don't care what goes into the chat because my plan is already formulated by now, right? The trading plan that I bring into the day, it's already formed in my head before we even start. So every trader needs to have that form, that skill, that muscle built up, because you can watch me and see if you can formulate the same type of plans, and maybe you have a contra plan to what I am looking at. Great. If price trades against me and goes in your direction, then add that to the bank of reference experiences that you can draw from, right? um, and then I will do the same. That's what my stops are for. If I'm off sides, I know that, and I can reverse to the other side, right? So there's no need. At the end of the day, like, we're all trying to learn and hone our skills, so there's no need to spread. It's hard enough. So like, I think you saw the other day when I had a personal issue. I think there was another user who came in and was, I think he was spamming, like, show me the bag. I want to know how much you made today. And, at the last straw for that day, it was just a bad day in general, but the last straw for that day, after this person had constantly been negative throughout the entire chat time there, was saying, ho ho, just fade Johnny and you'll get it right. So I don't know if I forget the name of the dude already, but that, you know, that's grounds for, that's just a negative person. They're never going to be successful at trading, right? So take this moving forward. Don't be negative when you see others trading and they are taking poor trades or whatever. Just, you know, you can note what they might have done wrong, but it's up to them to really assimilate that or take that with a grain of salt, right? Um, I'm at a point where right now I know some of the things that I do wrong. I don't need anybody here to tell me what I do wrong. I already know what I'm doing wrong when I do it, right? So, but be graceful in how you communicate with the other traders, because you're gonna find traders that butt heads really, really closely, or really, really contrasting traders. And as long as you guys make money, there's no big deal, right? There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're making even a little bit of money, even if you made $10 or $20 today, that's still progress, you know? So try to call out people as they are being negative. Um, Limit being judgmental as well. I highly recommend that. That has helped me greatly. I do not get phased by a lot of stuff, but when somebody's like incessantly, like constantly like spamming negativity, you gotta cut that, snip that in the bud, right? So that dude's banned for at least 24 hours. So we'll see if he comes back or not, but he's definitely banned. Let me take a look at the chat. Yes, this is the step to more contracts. Yep. Yes, I know that this is the start to ES. When going from micro to mini, you can get sticker shock when seeing the 10. Yeah, yeah. Um, Worthwhile to, that's why I keep all of my charts to look at tick. So you can go into properties here and you can set this to look at points, right? So that has limited me to not think about the dollar value anymore. Once I stop thinking about the dollar value, it's just a matter of, hey, can I get 10 points? Can I get 20 handles? Can I get 30 handles? Where are my stops? So that's what I like. I mean, this shows the dollar value after you close out a position, which is fine. You can set this, even if you don't want to set that. I think you can do this. You can remove show realized P&L, and it doesn't show anything there, right? I only do this because it's what people want to see on YouTube, but you can remove that too and be okay with it, right? So if you change all of your indications to points or ticks instead, that's going to help greatly with your trading. Yes, you trade what you see when you see it and manage the risk. Yep. Half the time I don't understand what you, Johnny Leland, is trading, meaning it takes me a few minutes to understand if you're long or short. Yeah, I mean, it's tough if I am not live trading, it'll be tough. But if you see, this is where like a basic understanding. So here's the goal for everyone here who has no idea or is trying to figure out what I'm trading. This person's playlists, if you go through the 2016 mentorship, so this mentorship here, contents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If that's the 2016 mentorship here, and if you go through the 2022 mentorship, which is, where is it? I don't see it here. There it is. So if you go through the 2022 mentorship and then eventually the 2023 mentorship, you're going to understand exactly what I'm looking at any given time. But yeah, I mean, that's only if you care to learn ICT, right? You don't have to learn ICT. This is what I used. This is what's made me the trader I am today. But you don't have to, but studying that, it will help you start to see, hey, if I'm targeting something like a mitigation block here, You'll learn that. That term's in 2016. Um, it's in 2016. I think it's month 4 or 3, maybe. No, it's probably month 4 or 5, maybe. Yeah. So, ICT month 4, he teaches you about order blocks, mitigation blocks, rejection blocks, breaker blocks, price delivery, interest rates, propulsion blocks, liquidity void, liquidity pools, fair value gaps. All of that's in the fourth lesson. So a fourth lesson month. So all of that's there. It's just a matter of if people are willing to study it. I am definitely not for the beginner trader, because if somebody's new and studying ICT, it's up to you to really go deep with that material. I'm not one that is planning on going and dialing it down to beginner level. Hey, what is a buy side liquidity? What is a sell side liquidity, right? ICT's already done all that. I'm here to further my journey to go from 0 to 1 million. And that's the purpose. That's the goal. So we will continue and call out price action where we see it, and then go from there. We will continue to use things that are salient to our model within ICT's concepts, and I'll continue to trade and look for A+ trades. And that's it. Yeah. Phoenix, I learned to respect everyone. I don't really care if they mention this or that. I focus on my chart, my candles, my plan, plus the risk. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So, and that's the way it should be. And that's the way that everyone in our community, in this ecosystem, if I can possibly have a future impact, I would like it to be a positive impact on the trading community. There's going to be a lot of stuff that people, will talk smack over the course of time in nature. That's the nature of a hubris, the hubris of a trader. But in this community, in my community, we will not tolerate any negativity. Like, you get one strike and that's it. The second time, you're out. So if we see people spamming negativity here, call them out on it. We will ban them as well. And yeah, either way, we know that they're not going to be successful traders, but it doesn't mean that they could possibly impact somebody who doesn't have as good of mental strength to negate, to ignore that negativity. You impact me for sure. That is why I'm here. No, I appreciate your energy too, Phoenix. You've got an awesome energy. I think that you've got the enthusiasm as well. So I think you're for sure going to become a professional trader in no time. Granted, it all just takes time, right? Time, back testing, price. Time and price is what ICT always says. I take my own trades. I do enjoy yours because they have ICT written all over, and they are way more correct than what I trade. No, I mean, you'll get there. I used to do like short-term scalping too, and I would go huge size. I didn't really understand risk management. I'm still breaking some risk management rules, but working on that, right? So, yeah, I think with that though, keep it positive in the new year. We'll work towards getting really good trades, really good payouts as well, and yeah, I think that'll be it for me this year. So, all right, so I'm gonna get going. I gotta go get some more water. I have to get some hydration here. Price looks like it chose to kind of stay around this area here, so looks like it only reached that mitigation block there. So, good enough though. Good enough for some really nice price runs today, if you were able to sit through a lot of the stuff in the afternoon. And thank you all very much for coming. I'm going to record out the rest of the day. Don't feel obligated to stay. Obviously, like, the YouTube hours is I appreciate that. The watches, I appreciate the likes. So really thank you very much. And the new subscribers, thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, I hope to continue to give a positive impact in the trading world, and we'll go from there. We'll see how we can change people's lives for the better. Yeah, ourselves, starting with ourselves, obviously. So, all right, well, I'm gonna head out. So thank you very much, everyone. It's good seeing you, good trading with you. Hope you learned some stuff today, and I will post a recap of some of the trading price action from today, and I will be online early in the morning when we first go live tomorrow. But I'm not gonna be live for very long. I'll go off camera pretty quickly and let price do what it does throughout the day. Yes, moving forward, I will be with ICT concepts. It takes time because I come from other teaching methods. Yeah, I know. I know that feeling, man. You have to throw pretty much all of it away. Like, let me show you an example. This is what my charts used to look like. Like, this is what my charts used to look like on TradingView. I don't know how I traded this at all. I don't know how I traded like this. I have no idea. No clue how I traded this. So graduated to a much cleaner chart with just core levels and things that I can look for, things that I can aim for, right? So, yep. All right, so that is it for me. Thank you very much, everyone, and good luck. Don't trade the last half hour of the day. My mentor told me leave your baggage at the door. Yes, it's good to know the things that retail is thinking, though. The ICT says that a lot, but it is good to know what retail is thinking so that you know what constructs could possibly cause maximum pain to those retail concepts. So I'll leave you with that, and have a great evening, everybody. We'll talk soon. Take care. See ya. Oops. That's not what I want to do. I want to go to this screen. There we go.